There we go. Hey guys, we're back with Shiny Hunting Month 23, I believe. So, oh, and I don't know if you guys can hear that, but it sounds like my neighbor's kid's woken up, so I'm gonna close my window. Because they started yelling, as small gremlins do. But yeah, since the Incineroar event is on, I thought it'd be a good chance to do another Shiny Hunting Month. Since we are dwindling down, and also, I mean, these kind of are, like, not many of these are left, so I'm not sure what will happen once we do exhaust all the starter Pokemon, if they'll start adding other ones, but yeah. As of now, I guess we're just going to continue doing that. So we'll do our usual thing of fighting the starter, collecting a Vivillon, and then continuing on shiny hunting. So I will be honest, I wasn't sure what I wanted to exactly do straight up, like, in the opening of this stream, due to the fact that I'm not sure what we want to hunt right now. Because for the past few streams, we've been hunting in per region, just doing each region at a time, in order to just, like, you know, clear out a bit more of the Pokedex of our shiny hunting month. But we've kind of gone through all the dexes at the moment, so I was thinking, like, oh, what do I want to do now? Well, as I was looking up strategies for Incineroar, because we're going to have to do the Incineroar hunt, one of the raid solutions, I guess you could say, I think that's the best way to put it, raid solution, involved using Malamar and using the contrary ability, and I thought, oh, well, we actually don't have shiny Malamar. We do have Inkay, which we did catch during this shiny hunting sessions. So I decided that it actually might be a good way to start, is we actually hunt for a shiny Inkay again, evolve it into Malamar, and use it for the raid. Just to give it a little bit of interest, I guess. Plus, it's still a little bit early, so it'll give some people time to join the stream a little bit later. But yeah. Like, how many of these are? The only ones I've missed is literally the Cinderace, which I don't know if that's coming back anytime soon. Rillaboom's done, Primarina's done, so it's Incineroar. Those are all done. So it's like Superior, Torterra, Fernape. Yeah, there's not many left. For Alligator, the Typhlosions are done. And obviously the Kanto are done. So yeah, we're dwindling down, so we're most likely going to finish all these starter events by the time we get over to doing the end of Shiny Hunting Month. But anyways, let us get going. So we need to head over here, and apparently, oh, there's even an outbreak for Inkay. Oh my goodness, I was actually planning to come over here to do the a sandwich method, but if there's an actual outbreak, then might as well use it, huh? So I'll change the graphic for the shiny, because we've already caught this one. I ended up having to catch this off stream, but I did catch it. I do have the jungle Vivillons, so it's all good. Whoop. Do not know why that took a while to do. Alright, so we need Inkay. Oh. There we go. Perfect. But yeah, if more people do, I guess, rock up for the stream, I do hope we can get enough people to try and attempt the Ogre Ousting. Because if we can attempt the Ogre Ousting, that would also cover the whole, I guess, thing in regards to the shiny Munchlax we still haven't gotten. Alright. Guess we just start KOing. Do our usual 60 and then we will get going. Thankfully, Inkay is both a dark type and a psychic type, so making the sandwich will be a lot easier due to the fact that nothing overlaps with it, I don't believe. I think dark is our best option. I don't know if there's any other psychic types in the water, but dark, I do not believe there's anything here that actually could fit that typing. But yeah, I've been looking forward to doing a little bit of streaming this week. work is starting to slow down, so hopefully I can start getting back into a regular schedule again. I'm not sure how it's gonna be, because there'll obviously be a couple of changes, so we'll see. But don't worry, I will let you guys know exactly what's happening. Though I will mention now, there will be no stream next week because I will be heading off to a friend's wedding throughout the entire weekend. So this and Paper Mario will be the last stream for a little while. Which does kind of suck, but at the same time it will give me time to get everything sorted. And yeah, I legit will be just gone all day over the weekend. So, I do apologize on that front, but I guess that's what life is. It's all about random events happening whenever they can. And plus, this is a good friend of mine, and I'm very honored to be invited to this wedding. He and his partner have been, like, saving money for quite a while just to get this wedding going. And he is also my DM, so that's another reason I am very excited to see them again. Because as much as we've been doing D&D weekly, we do ours over Discord, much like the Alchemist's one. So I don't get to see them in person. We do have cameras, so we all know what we each look like. But it's obviously not the same as going to do D&D in person. So it'll be nice to see him again. And a couple of my other friends who are also invited to this thing. And I have to dress up somewhat smart casual, which I think we got it all sorted, thankfully. So now it's just actually participating on the day. Right, we're about halfway done for the Inkay. I do not know if this... I don't think this guy is part of the outbreak, but we'll still take him out. Because Inkay are still able to spawn anywhere on the map. It's not like this is a rare spawn. Yeah, we're getting close to, like... One thing I did notice as I'm doing this Inkay hunt, I decided to just do a double check on Kalos in terms of just, like, shinies and stuff like that. I think we only have legitimately 4 more shinies that we can actually catch in this game for Kalos. Everything else will have to be gotten in a different game. So, what I might do is focus on Kalos mons today during the shiny hunt and see if we can get the last 4 mons that are possible. And then I guess the rest will have to be done in Sword and Shield, I believe. I think most of them that I can see just looking at my sheet are mons that are definitely findable in Sword and Shield, so... Problem is it's most likely going to be done Masuda method, which I'm not too sure how I'll go with that. So it's not high on my priority. Probably once the shiny hunting month is over, I might just do sporadic shiny hunting from time to time until I've done all the sandwich options. Because I'm gonna be realistic, I don't think we're gonna finish all the sandwich capturable mons in this game by the time the shiny hunting month is over. So there'll be plenty of things for me to go after. And heck, I still have to do the mouse hold thing, which not sure how I'm looking forward to it. I might make that a redeem, just out of like, oh, we can do it as a redeem sort of thing. See if you guys are interested in watching me hunt for mice. Alright, we're almost done. Thankfully, Inkay is also a really easy shiny to spot, so this shouldn't be too hard. little worried that they can spawn up there. I can see some of them are spawning up on the border, and I'm worried that if I accidentally cross over that they'll just despawn. Okay, pretty much at 60. I'll just take out a couple more just to make sure. Alright. Ah, yeah. There's a good reason why we shouldn't use a Psychic Sandwich. Solosis and Duosion are just spawning in there. Alright, I'm just gonna go... I don't think I can make a picnic here. I have to go back to shore. Alright. Alright, let's start the hunt. I think it's just smoked fillet. I can double check. Yep, just one smoked fillet. So, of the Kalos shinies that we do have left in this game, it's literally one Fletchling, Spupa, our endless supply of Vivillon, which we're slowly obviously going to go through, Malamar, and I think one more, which is, let's see, Avalog, and that's it. Everything else is like, we can't catch, like Sword and Shield stuff. I think, yeah, almost everything here in Kalos is gotten in Sword and Shield. Ah, and Delphox, so we do need one more Fennekin. Though I don't think I've ever hunted for Fennekin in this game. The two Fennekins were from Masuda methods, so I honestly don't know where to go for Fennekin. I'll have to actually look that up. But yeah, there's not many Kalos mons left. That's pretty much it. And we do already have the Hisuian Avalog as well, so it'll just be the regular one. Alrighty. I'm gonna look for a shiny squid, so that we can use it to beat up Incineroar. And I mean, if we do find the Inkay super early, we can also just use the rest of the sandwich to go look for Zorua or Mabostiff. So there's no pressure. Yeah, I was a little worried about today's starting thing, because I actually had to go and do some voting stuff. Our little areas got to do some voting, and thankfully it opened at 8:30 in the morning, so me and my parents just went, got it done, came home, and I was able to set up a stream. Which I am thankful for. I was a little concerned that I was like, oh, I hope I'm not going to be, like, causing any issues with timing. But it seems like everything just sort of slotted in pretty smoothly. Other than that, I just pretty much have to go outside and do some walking for Community Day on my Pikmin game after stream. And it's a good look. It's a good day. We had a bit of a rainstorm the other night, but we haven't had actually much rain. It was kind of dreary yesterday at work in terms of like just cloud cover. But yeah, work's been getting a lot better. A lot of the issues that we were having earlier have begun to slow down. And most likely by next week, it'll all be settled. So I'll be able to go back to a more usual sort of schedule. Problem is I think my workplace wants me to still work 3 days now. So I don't think that's changing anytime soon because they just give me no information. Or they told me that they were going to get someone to do the other locations, but something tells me that the other person to do the other locations has become me at the moment. And I mean, I can't completely complain, but it means I just need to readjust everything. I guess that's also another downside, is that if I'm just going to work, there's not much I can really talk about on stream, because I'm just like, ah yes, I went to work for the last 4 days. And I was able to at least go out on Thursday and do some of my own thing. I'm able to go buy some Pokemon cards. My hard-earned money. Just, yes, I earn money at work and then immediately spend them on Pokemon cards. But no, I'm just trying to finish off the Paldean Fates set that we opened on stream, if you guys remember, a little while back. You can also check that out on my YouTube channel, casually. But I've been buying singles to get the last of the baby shinies in that deck, because I'm not collecting any other sets from Scarlet and Violet. There's not been a set where it's really hit me as, oh, I really want to complete that. Apparently the pull rate seems to be getting a lot harder to do, so I've been just buying singles. Hello there, Cryo. Good to see ya. We're just trying to hunt for a shiny Inkay to use it for the raid that is available today. I'm gonna try and catch that Gerda. Do I have any Pokeballs? I'm about to find out. I do. But there's an Inkay, well, a Malamar strategy that we can use to beat Incineroar, and I thought that would be a nice shiny to start with, considering I don't have shiny Malamar. So I can catch it in order to use it for the raid, as well as use it for put it into the shiny decks once I'm done. I'm also hoping that a bunch of people will show up today on stream so we can try and attempt the Ogre ousting today. Because I think we did mention it last stream, though that was a little while back. 2 birds, 1 stone. Yeah, pretty much. And the Kalos Dex is actually getting really close to completion. Everything else will have to be gotten in Sword and Shield. But with Sword and Shield, I don't know how I'm going to attempt the shiny hunting in those games, because I have looked up the whole brilliant shiny hunting method, and I think I sort of understand it. Sadly, I can't join. No worries. But there's we have to either do it via Masuda method or do it by the brilliant shiny method. And I mean, the brilliant method is possible. I just don't know which mons, and I haven't really attempted it, essentially. Every shiny I've caught in Sword and Shield have been through the Dynamax Adventures, random encounters, and the Masuda method, so I've never actually purposely hunted for something using the brilliant aura method. So that's a big reason I haven't really considered it. And obviously certain Pokemon can't be caught with the brilliant aura method. And we might just have to go for the Masuda method. And then, I mean, I can do Masuda in this game too, but I'd have to use it in my other file because I legitimately have no room to do any Masuda in this game anymore. I could if I could fight my internet, I would. You're still waiting for that router cable? I remember you ordering it, so... But it seems like you're not the only one who's had internet issues recently. I know someone in the Alchemist's Hollow has been fighting their internet provider for a little while. I'm kind of glad that they managed to get it all sorted. Because, yeah, having no internet for like 6 days is rough. Oh, I got it. It works great for my laptop. Nice. That's good. That's good. But for my Switch, it won't work. Interesting. Oh, because you need a another cable, don't you, for your Switch with the Wi-Fi, if I'm correct. Or unless I'm not thinking correctly. I'm pretty sure you need like some sort of special adapter for it, so that might be the reason. Yeah, let me take a look. I'm curious. I got my curiosity piqued. Let me look at my own Switch. I'm pretty sure I have it plugged. Yeah, I have this separate little thingy that changes it to a USB-C. So it's like a USB to the HDMI thing. I don't remember what it's called though. I think I just bought it at Officeworks, to be honest. I have the Switch adapter, it just won't work. That's really odd. Have you... Hopefully you're able to find a solution, I guess. Because it definitely will help if we ever consider doing more multiplayer games. Because I know I'm going to have to, like, ask some people for help with a couple of multiplayer-related stuff, like trading Pokemon and such. Because I need to evolve a couple of Pokemon in Sword and Shield. So that I can get their... I need to evolve one shiny Pumpkaboo for Gorgeist, and I need to evolve a couple of them for just to put into my living form decks to get like the different sizes. I think I've got 2 supersized ones and such. Yeah, no Sword and Shield today. It's just going to be focusing on Violet, and I think maybe next session, next opportunity we get to do some shiny hunting, we will try and continue hunting for Lunala, because my goodness, I really hope that that mon shows up. We're at like, what, 70 or so? No, we're up to 80 encounters on that. We're almost full odds of seeing shiny Lunala, which is kind of wild and not in a good way. I bought a new Switch dock to see if that's the problem. The one I have currently is very old. Gotcha. So you think it might be like a connection issue in the dock itself? Well, hopefully it does get sorted out. And it doesn't cost an arm and a leg to do so. Yeah, also, I think the Vivillon pattern we'll be going for today is Monsoon. Not many left. We're getting there. We've almost got every single shiny Vivillon, which is very exciting. Come on, Inkay. Problem is I can't really use a sandwich... what's the word? A reset here, because it's... don't think there's enough room for me to actually do a sandwich reset up on these things. But yeah, the strategy we're going for over in the event raid is essentially to use Contrary and just mess up the Incineroar. That's pretty much it. So hopefully it does work, essentially. I think I should have plenty of money. I did spend a lot of... well, I've been spending a lot of money, but I've also been, like, selling a lot of things, because it turns out all those ability patches that people keep giving me with those hacked shinies have actually helped a lot, funnily enough. I've been able to get a lot of ability patches, sell them, and make a lot of money for it. So as much as I hate those things, I got some money out of it. Though I recently watched a video, funnily enough, about genned Pokemon and just like the whole thing about it. Because I think, you know how there's a lot of those genned mons we've been running into have like such and such.com and such like that. You can actually obviously go to those websites. And yeah, I watched a guy's video on him exploring these websites. It's just an entire scam. Like, it's wild. Can you believe there are people out there charging, like, actual money for in-game items? I was completely baffled when I saw that. They're like, yeah, do you want to buy a potion? It's like 20 cents. Like, real money. And obviously getting certain mons you have to, like, pay money for if you wanted to have certain abilities or certain movesets. And I think he used 3 different websites, and one of them didn't even give him the right Pokemon with the right moveset. They just gave him a shiny that was at least the right shiny, but they didn't do any effort to change it. Or give it the right item, which is wild. He spent real life money for these, like, mons. It's so baffling. Clearly enough people are falling for it, yeah, but it's just, I was just completely, like, baffled. I was like, are you kidding me? You guys are spending, like, real money for these things? And I think some person even said that, like, I think one of them was just a website, another one was a Discord server, and you could sign up for, like, membership for, like, a couple of months or something like that to get, like, access to their services. And the amount of money, I think, that the services, if you wanted the premium service, it costs about the similar amount to buying a copy of the game. Like, you could just, I don't know, buy a copy of, like, Sword and Shield or Scarlet and Violet with the amount of money it takes for this premium membership to buy legit, like, these genned mons. Like, what's the point? Just buy the game and just do it legitimately. But yeah, I only just thought they were just like getting rid of all these mons or just advertising them awfully on the Wonder Trade, but no, it actually goes deeper, and I didn't realize that. There's actually like people scamming and like, you know, getting people to use real money to get shiny Pokemon. They're not even legit. Makes me feel better that I've been doing everything in my power to avoid all genned mons. Knowing that all my Pokemon are pretty much legitimate. I think maybe one mon I'm not too sure if it's legitimate, but they're usually like, you know, traded mons, and I can probably get my own later on. Meanwhile, tons of bots on Twitch doing it for free. Yeah, that as well. The botted raids, right? I have gotten a couple of the botted raids. They're at least a little bit, it seems a little bit more legitimate because they're not completely genned mons, but I'm not sure if the raids themselves are genned or if they've just like resetted till they got to the raid and just reset. But I did use a couple of those raids only for the fossil mons over in Sword and Shield because I just couldn't even fathom doing a shiny hunting for those fossil mons in those games. They look like nightmare fuel. You can't even like egg hatch them like previous fossils. You have to go through Carolus and like bring them to life using fossil pieces, and I could barely get enough fossils for the other like option. It's wild. Not just raise their channels that run straight up Pokemon request spots for free. Ugh. Of course. Well, here you'll know that most of my Pokemon that I have on my, in my home box are totally legit. And I'll have to give them away at some point once we get to the end of Shiny Hunting Month. I might put them onto the home Reddit as well and see if anyone's interested in trade some stuff. Ah, but I should mention that since a couple of you guys are here, we now have all the Tamagotchis for the modern Tammers, so the Tamagotchi IDL and just the ID are all available on the shop, and we've now moved over to our mix 'em up point system. I did reset all the points so that everyone's starting afresh, because I know the points are probably accumulating as we're doing it. And because I've adjusted the currency, I've adjusted the shop's currency as well to sort of make more sense. The prices seem lower, but you get less points. Because I am going to be adding more redeems and stuff like that eventually. And I have to probably ask for some advice from some of the requests. I wanted to do a redeem that uses 2 words, but the problem is that it activates when only one of the words are working. So yeah. Everybody's back to 0 points, essentially. Hey, 2 points, congrats. Yeah, I made it that it's more hourly and just less points, because, you know, just to encourage things. If it seems too slow, I will adjust it, but yeah, as for now, this is sort of like testing the waters. But yeah, all the modern Tamagotchis are available now, as well as they all have little gear, which is the little Tama pets that can have them wandering around. But it'll probably take a while before anybody's going to be buying anything. And I have, if you are part of the Discord, I have put up a poll in the art section regarding of what to do with the stream avatars now. I did make it 2 weeks so that I have plenty of time myself, because obviously my work schedule is still messed due to the fact that I need to still do 1 more week of altered timesheets until everything's back to normal. But yeah. And also, there will not be a stream. There won't be any streams next week, I will admit. Because I am going to a wedding. I do not have Pokeballs. Yeah, I knew this was going to happen. It's on Litwick too, though. I do like Litwick, which kind of sucks. I'm just gonna... Gotta look at the extension and grab some Pokeballs. There we go. Ooh, you're going for the attempt of a shiny. I haven't even used any of my Cherishables, I don't believe. But yeah, I believe all the Tamas, the modern Tamas are there now. And it looks like it's all in the right order too. We are getting really unlucky with this Inkay though. I'm pretty sure the timer is there. Yeah, the timer's almost up and we haven't seen a peep. Okay, I just needed to check that lantern. I don't know why. I just was like, that's not a shiny, is it? So I just wanted to double check. It's just because it's going into dusk. Hey, a lot of people caught that Litwick. Nice. I do like how the Inkay glow at night. That's really cool. Yeah, it feels like, despite this being an outbreak, it feels like not many Inkay are here. Yeah, we're already at the last 10 minutes and nothing. But yeah. Oh my goodness, as soon as I said there's nothing, it shows up last second. Okay, I see. I see how it is, game. We can catch it in Dusk Ball at least, because it's nighttime. In the ball, please. But the problem is we've got 10 minutes. I don't even think there's enough time to even hunt for anything. Like, what else is like a dark type around here? Yeah, we've got 8 minutes left. Maybe Volbaby? I mean, that's a dark type, right? I don't want to go for Zorua or Mabostiff, since we've only got 10 minutes. Okay. I know there's somewhere in the savannah, which is a pretty good place to hunt for Volbaby, but I'm not too sure. I feel like it's, where is it? I feel like it's somewhere in this corner. Maybe it's up here. Anyways, there's me opening my big mouth and the game being like, haha. Holy heck, the weather changed drastically. What the heck? It's not here. Unfortunately, I have no idea where Volbaby even spawns. If I knew, that would make things a little bit easier, but I legit don't know where it's... Okay, we're sort of in the right area. It's more down here. I do have a dark type sandwich on, but I don't see anything. Oh well, there's only a little bit of time left in the sandwich anyway, so it's no biggie if I can't find these guys, but yeah, that's weird. The game says they should be right here, but I don't see anything. Oh, here we go. I don't remember what shiny Volby looks like. I think it's a brown neck feathers. But I'm not entirely certain. And it's not made easy by the fact we have a legit thunderstorm that's like slowing down my game. And making it hard for me to see these guys. But yeah, we'll probably do the raid pretty soon. Once we finish a sandwich, since we did catch the Inkay. I will have to take my Switch out of the dock though, because you guys remember how we have to evolve the guy. So you're gonna have to look at a black screen for a couple of moments. That's a really small one. Wow, that's an even smaller one. Holy heck. I'm just attacking them because I don't legit know the shiny. could pause my game, but oh well. It's kind of weird to see the mandibuzzers just wandering around on the ground as well. You'd think they'd be flying overhead. Let me see. Yeah, Mandibuzz and Volbaby don't have a really good shiny. It's just like they go slightly brown in color. Yeah, that one looked a bit different. I was like, this one looks odd. And I couldn't tell what about it looked odd. I was just like, there's something odd about it. Well, I was right. This is the shiny. Well, what's the difference, though? Looks a bit too pink. Yeah. I'm trying to look at the one in the back. Like the one walking around, see if there's a visual difference. But yeah, this one looked a bit off when I wandered up to it, so I was like, huh. Alright, well, that's neat, I guess. I have Mandibuzz now. I don't have this one, so... Let's see if it looks... Alright, let's take a look at it here. Okay, okay, now I can see it a little bit more. The feathers go pink as well. Yeah, it's the lighting that kind of messes me up, but yeah. Alright, that's kind of cool. We managed to get it last second. Yeah, if you look here on the regular one, their neck feathers are a light brown color. But it looks like the shiniest one goes pinky. Right. I wasn't expecting to catch a Mandibuzz. I was actually expecting to see if we could find the Volbaby first, but I do believe that these guys also spawn in Kitakami, so we can just focus on go to Kitakami instead. And I believe Mandibuzz doesn't spawn there, so we don't have to worry about that. So yeah. Neat, as one would say. I should update my tracker now, so one for Inkay, and one for Mandibuzz. Yeah. Right, I'm gonna actually look at a regular Mandibuzz just so that I can get a visual idea. Yeah, it's definitely the neck feathers that are the biggest thing. Yeah, the neck feathers go a purpley color. Okay, so there's actually a decent change on them. And yeah, the feet and the neck also are more of a the beak and nails also go darker in as well as the face. Alright. Neato, as one would say. Yeah, it's more purpley pinky. Like the neck feather goes pink, the actual neck and feet go pink. It's not the best shiny, but it's a shiny. Oh right, I should have put those into the Pokédex at some point. I didn't check if this had a mark, so I'll do that now. Nope. I will save the game because we got 2 shinies instead of 1. Alright. I am now going to turn off my Pro Controller. You guys are going to see a black screen for like a minute or something. It's obviously disconnected my internet. That's fine. I don't need it. Oops, I gotta do this. There we go. In it goes again. There we go. Yeah, I remember from last time I have to turn the Pro Controller off because it interferes with the flipping of the screen. There we go. Alrighty. There we go. Shiny Malamar. Kind of wish I wasn't in the shade for this, but yeah, he golden. He got golden hair. Probably be easier to see if I go into here. So yeah, he goes a gold color and his body goes a greeny color too. He does have the wrong ability, but we can fix that easily. But yeah, that was actually a decent sandwich in the last 10 minutes. The first 20 minutes wasn't great, but we got the 2 mons. We got the one we wanted, and we got an extra one, which was pretty nice. Alright, so we need to give this guy the contrary ability, which I believe is just using an ability capsule. We don't have to worry too much on that. We also need to give him medicines, so... Okay, that's the contrary ability. We need to make an adamant nature. And I need to go buy some medicines, so we will be back in a moment. We do also need to change his terror type, because we've got to make him a fighting type. But yeah, I guess after that we've got to just decide what we're going to hunt for. So if any of you guys, because I'm not focused on anything in particular, if there's a mon that you want to see me hunt, just check over here. Oh, that's funny. The community games activated the moment I did that. Pretty neat timing. So above the Pokemon community games, check out that link, and that should show you my progress in the shiny decks. And if there's a Pokemon you want to see me catch, just let me know. You've got plenty of time because I've got to do this event raid. So I need to buy protein, and we need iron. Oh, I need how many? Oh, I have plenty of those, so I don't have to worry about that. Okay, so first things first. I think we should level him up and see if there's anything we can learn, but I'm pretty sure because he's already level 69, he's probably learnt most of his move sets by now. I also have to recover him. He's still asleep from when we caught him. Alright, so we need to keep superpower. Oh, wow, he doesn't have anything. Might have to go to the TM machine. Let's do this first, because I do have a couple of TMs, so I might as well double check. Alright, so we need Terra Blast. We need Skill Swap. And we need Reflect. Oh, I have all of them. Perfect. Okay. I should have also bought some bottle caps while I was here too. I don't know how many bottle caps I have. I did also notice I'm kind of low on Dusk Balls. Should grab a couple. Bum, bum, ba-dum. Get some more luxury balls. More dive balls. More dusk balls. I think bottle caps can be bought at Delibirds, I think? At least it'll let me check how many, of them I have. Let's buy 11 of those. Okay, done. Okay, so we need to use this on superpower. Because we're going to need as many superpowers as possible. Actually, I want to do this also on Spore. I don't think we need to do that there, but, you know, might as well. So, we need to put everything in attack and defense, and then the last 4 in HP, as per usual. Alrighty, I think that's all done. Now we just gotta head to, Medali, change to Terra Fighting, which I assume I have enough of those, Terra Shards. And then we go fight Incineroar, and then we can continue shiny hunting. Though we probably should do the Vivillon hunt early, so we might do the Vivillon hunt next if nobody comes up with any suggestions. And get that started, because obviously Vivillon is Vivillon. And let's hope to RNG that we don't get any combi. But you know how the game is. I mean, the game has already given us 2 shinies that we need, so I'm not going to be too rude to the game. I just know the game must have exhausted its male Combi supply at this point, right? Surely there isn't any more Combi. You want to hunt a Joltik? That certainly would be a difficult one, so it'd probably be one we should hunt early. So that I'm not tired and just staring off into the abyss. So we have Joltik on the checklist, so that would be a bug sandwich too. So if we find the Vivillon, we could just go to Joltik, or vice versa as well. I could see Mochi in the background. Ah, I could go for some Mochi in real life. I actually do have Mochi. It's sitting downstairs in the fridge. I bought some matcha Mochi some time ago. Alright. But just looking at the dishes here, I'm just thinking about potato mochi again. Remember back in the Legend of Arceus days? We should probably go back to Legends Arceus at some point and hunt something there. Just for old time's sake. Okay, Malamar, we also need to give it the Shell Bell as per usual. Good old Shell Bell. I feel like Shell Bell's the one we use the most out of every single thing. Yeah, I'm getting low on fighting Terra Shards. Okay. But yeah, Joltik's very cute. I do like Joltik. It's weird. I should not really like bug Pokemon, not bug Pokemon, spiders. But a lot of the Pokemon spiders don't bother me too much. Maybe it's because they don't look like spiders, and Joltik's really cute. I do like Joltik. But man, if you had a Joltik in real life, it'd be such a nuisance. It's so small, it fits in your hand. And just chews on all your electricity. I would like to use bottle caps. Wow. Maybe I should have used a golden bottle cap. It seemed like nothing was full level. Yikes, that has 2 no goods. Oof. Alright. I should get another Mianfu, I must admit. And I need to get another Duraludon, so... Because these 2 have been sitting in here. I do want to transfer them to home, but I want to get the other one. I think the reason I wanted to keep this is because I wanted to evolve this specifically because it has the Spacey mark, and it'd be a reference to one of my Nuzlocks to evolve it. But I still need to get another Mianfu, and I also need another Duraludon. But that's not important right now. We have been given the requestment for Joltik, so Joltik it is. Alright, I believe this is the Incineroar? Because I can see a fairy one, but I'm pretty sure Incineroar's dark. Because there's no way we'd get a Terra type of fighting if we're going against a fairy Incineroar. Alright, here we are. Okay, so you'll be surprised to know that our plan is to just skill swap and die. That's how we're gonna do it. Alright, here we go. Yep, skill swap and die. That is legit the strategy. So the idea is that what we're gonna do, as you can see, the Incineroar is got Intimidate. And we want to skill swap it to have Contrary, because he has a move that... Oh, are you kidding me? It taunted me first turn. That's unfortunate. Might have to reset. Thankfully you can reset if you're on your own. So the plan is we're going to... Hopefully it doesn't taunt each time. If it does, I might have to wear, was it Covert Cloak instead? But yeah, the idea is that I believe Incineroar has superpower. So what we want to do is give it Contrary, so when it uses that ability, it will actually lose stats. Is it superpower? No, it's something that... what is it? It has something that I don't remember. But yeah, we want to try and give it the Contrary ability to mess it up, essentially. Oh, it has Bulk Up. That's what it has. So we want to try and skill swap it so that whenever it uses Bulk Up, it actually loses stats. We don't want it to get any buffer. But we gotta hope that it doesn't go for instant turn 1 taunt on us. Because I think taunt is just random. But we'll see. Yep. Okay. Okay. It is unfortunately going to get an attack boost because of our Intimidate, but that's fine. Alright, so the reason we want to get KO'd, even if it does chunk away at our timer, is because we actually get our... ability back, so we now have Contrary again. So we'll set up Reflect. Alright, and now... And also I just wanted to make sure that we didn't get the drop due to our ability being nullified. I wasn't sure if we were still affected by that. Alright, so now you can see instead of dropping our attack and our defense is going to slowly go up, and that's it. We just got a superpower until we can Terror. And then just rinse and repeat. And if we do run out of it, we can always use Terror Blast. That's why we have that as a backup. And that's all the strategy is. It's literally just do that, and now we can infinitely just gain stats. So that crit that we got critted by with Snarl earlier actually did help us, because it meant that we didn't have to waste a turn trying to get KO'd. Because he did that, they only do the skill swap thing, once. That's a really unfortunate crit. Hopefully we'll be okay. I might do a heal, just for safety. We'll see how much HP we got. Because we might be able to Terror, we'll see. Still okay. Let's see how much damage this does. Okay, we restored a lot more HP. Alright. Our reflector's definitely gone at this point, so... Alright, we should be in the clear now. Earthquake, huh? Wow, that did nothing. How did he get poisoned? Oh, he must... The, Toxapex must have, poison point. Yeah, we've got this in the bag. But yeah, this is the reason we needed to use a PP up on the, superpower, so we had as many of those as possible, so we can at least get the +6 on all stats. Right, and we win. And that's it. If you want to use Malomar, it's a very simple strategy. You know, you do require a little bit of luck at the beginning to avoid getting taunted, but because you can do this solo, you can at least make sure that you can reset. I love how he raises his arm like, no. So I'll show off the stats near the end after this. But yeah, it seems to be a really simple build. You do have to do a little bit of adjusting. You will have to go get some Terra Shards, but if you do have the Terra Shard charm that you got from Professor Jacques, it definitely does help with hunting for Terra Shards. Because I believe he doubles it. Alrighty. But yeah, it's a very simple strategy, and everything can be gotten by TMs. And, I mean, Inkay is pretty easy to find. It's a very common spawn, and if you don't, just use a Dark Sandwich, even if you're not shiny hunting it. Alrighty. Let's quickly switch out Incineroar. I have all these extra Pokemon I need to start removing. Alright, so the Malamar that I used just now. Gotta make sure it's a fighting Terra type. It has the Shell Bell. You need to make it adamant nature to have plus attack minus special attack. Contrary is very important. Max out your attack and defense and add the last 4 points to HP. Then skill swap, Terra Blast, Reflect, and Superpower, with Superpower being PP upped 3 times so you get 3 extra points. And the strategy is skill swap so that Incineroar has the contrary ability and that it will no longer have access to bulk up, I believe it is. So putting contrary on it causes the AI never to use bulk up, because bulk up will basically lower its stats instead. So you don't have to worry about Incineroar getting more and more dangerous, because bulk up obviously bulks up its defense and attack. So that cuts that out. You gotta get KO'd so that you can get your contrary back, and then you just superpower until you can terrestrialize, superpower until you run out of PP, and then Terra Blast. You can use Reflect on the turn that you lose your ability, or you can use it if you didn't get KO'd immediately after using Skill Swap. So yeah, that's pretty much the strategy. And we also got a shiny Malamar to show off as well. Anyways, let's put away the Shell Bell, because this Malamar is going to be going into our home. Alrighty, I'm going to grab my phone so that we can scan in the Vivillon that we will be hunting for today as well. Let me get my Pokemon Go open. I think I need to be online for this, so I just will double check. I do have a really cute postcard I'm sending. You guys obviously can't see it, but it's got like, it seems to be a garden over in Taiwan, and it has 2 swans made out of hedging, forming a heart with their necks and beaks. So they're doing a little kissy, which is very, very cute. Alright, let's get this. I also have to double check and see if there's any mystery gifts. It's been a while since I've checked mystery gifts. Here we go. Disconnect. And let's go check our Vivillons. Like I always want to check because I want to make sure that I did get the right pattern. Because there was that one time we got the wrong pattern. And I was locked out of it for like 24 hours. So I'd rather not be in that situation again. An outbreak of Jumpluff. That's kind of inconvenient. That's like right here on our path. Oh my goodness, there's Jumpluff everywhere. There we go. I believe this is the monsoon pattern. I don't have the right Pokemon out at the front. And then let me just get the so pretty. It is a nice color too. All the Vivillons. There's not too many bad Vivillons, I would say. They all have some pretty solid patterns. And it's a really nice, like, gimmick. But that don't take that from me, because I am definitely a very, very biased when it comes to alternate form mons. I am a sucker for anything that has alternate forms. I have the entirety of the Alcremie decks. But here we go. There is the monsoon pattern. So this Pokemon was born in a land with intense rainfall. It scatters colorful toxic scales. Wait, really? On what comment? The thing I said about the Alcremie decks? Because, yeah, I think before I even started my home... Yeah, before I even started my home living decks, I actually collected every single flavor and every single topping combination of Alcremie. Before I even considered doing a home living decks. Because I liked Alcremie in all its forms so much. So I collected every single one of them. Because there are, I think, 10 or so flavors. And there's 7 toppings, with 2 of them were DLC locked, being, I believe, the ribbon topping and the star topping. So in Sword and Shield, there was an event that ran where there was shiny Milcery spawning in the dens and just regular Milcery, and you could get those 2 toppings in those event raid dens. So I farmed those, I believe, for quite a while and mixed up every single flavor of Alcremie. And now I have them all sitting in my home decks. I believe if you look over on my YouTube channel in my Pokemon Home series, the last video actually shows off the home decks in its entirety. So you can actually go and take a look at my entirety of my Alcremie decks. I'm pretty sure I pointed that out at some point. Alrighty. But yeah, it's a big reason why I like things like Vivillon, Alcremie, Furfuro, because they have all those alternate forms. It's just a shame that all the alternate forms for Furfuro are still locked to Pokemon Go. I really, really hope ZA changes that. I just, you know, crossing my fingers that it we're able to bring forms over, because we couldn't do that with Bank. I just really hope they don't mess that up, because seriously, we need it. Alright, so Bug is potato. I'm gonna have to start relying on the spicy bitter sandwiches soon, because I'm running out of salty herba. It's been a while since I've grinded any. Alright, here we go. Bugs. Let's pray to RNG that we don't get any male shiny Kobe. Alright. Yeah, I remember back in Pokemon X and Y, I hunted for Vivillons. And I think I got almost all of them. in terms of like the patterns, because what I'd do is like send out river pattern Vivillon, and they were decently rare. A lot of people didn't really have them due to just like unavailable sort of thing. So they were really high demand for those particular patterns. I don't think they were the highest demand. There were obviously patterns that were a lot higher on demand, but I managed to get a lot of the more common patterns. It wasn't until Pokemon Home and I started actually collecting things for the home decks that I got all the Vivillon patterns. I think I was missing like maybe 4 of the more rarer patterns I didn't have. I think I can get the modern one in my game. Right, well, in this game, you always get the fancy pattern, unless you connect a postcard. But, I mean, if you are referring to where you live, yeah, all the postcards I get are river patterned ones. That's why I've been trying to make as many friends on Pokemon Go to get all the different patterned Vivillons. Not only in, like, this game, but also I'm trying to get at least them in my other game. I need one more ocean one in Go, and then I can theoretically get every single Vivillon. It'll be just a matter of collecting enough candy so that I can evolve them all. But yeah, I believe if you do !go or something like that, you can see what my Go friend code is if you wish to join up with me, and I can always send River Vivillon cards over your way. And also, like, as you complete, like, I think it's 3, then 10, and then 15 Vivillon postcards of the same type, you'll find a Scatterbug of that that will evolve into that particular coloration. And plus, it's a good way to, like, if you get them from the same location, you can just, like, harvest a bunch of the candy and then evolve the different patterns. So that's why I try to do my best to send cards out to everybody. But there are times when I'm just, like, at work and there's nothing I can do. Like, I don't have any postcards because I've sent them all out to everybody. Center it, huh? Let me try it. I don't know how long that message was, but... But yeah, Joltik is going to be a little bit of an annoying one to see. Joltik's shiny it's at least visible. But the problem is that Joltik is so small in this game. I think it and Tynamo, like, tie as in the smallest mons you could possibly get in this game. So that's kind of the hard part. I think I already have Tynamo, or I just, like, made sure not to hunt for Tynamo. I think I need to hunt for Electric or something like that. Worst comes to worst, if I can't find Joltik in this game, I can always RNG manipulate one in Black and White because it exists in that game. What about Cutiefly? Cutiefly is also another small one, but I think Tynamo is smaller than Cutiefly. But I've already also got a Cutiefly, so thank goodness I don't need a hunt for that. I believe I ended up catching it during the Clefairy event, when I was trying to get a Clefairy with that particular mark on it. And I caught like 4 shiny Clefairies, 2 shiny Cutiefly, a shiny Toadscool, which made no sense why he was there, and 2 shiny Fido. So, and I still didn't get that mark, which made me realize that anything that has like advertised that you can get a mark with it is a scam. Only go for the shiny events where it says that you can get higher chances of those shinies. It's not worth hunting for the mark. It really isn't. But yeah, Cutiefly, Tynamo, and Joltik. I think Tynamo is still the smallest out of the 3. And then I think it's a tie between Cutiefly and Joltik in terms of size. Cutiefly might be slightly smaller, due to the fact that Cutiefly's body is just shaped like that. But yeah, I think those are the 3 smallest mons you can find in this game. Everybody upset about, like, Pokemon sizes not being accurate, and then the shiny hunters realize they have to hunt for Tynamo in this game. Thank goodness I chose not to hunt Tynamo in this game. I think I'd go blind before I find the Tynamo. I know there's a strategy, I think, where you can just KO Tynamo in a particular location until your Pokemon chooses not to KO anymore, but it's still tiny. Also, I need to take Golden Go off from the party. Why are you there, dude? Alright. Actually, I can show you guys what Joltik's shiny looks like, because I do have the sprite of it. I mean, you guys know what Vivillon's shiny looks like. You've seen me hunt this guy multiple times. I'm pretty sure you all know what he looks like. So here's Joltik. This is what we're looking for. So the shiny Joltik has purple eyes and purple nibblies. Or I should say nubblies. Nibblies is his face. So he has purple nubblies and purple eyes. So it's not a bad shiny per se. And I guess the fur color slightly goes a greeny color. It's not like pure yellow like the regular one. But yeah, it's really, really small, so it's going to be rough to hunt for it. The one blessing is that you can use a bug sandwich to completely isolate it. There are no other bug types in that cave. Because Chargestone Cave has Drillbow as a ground type, Porygon as a normal type, I think the Magnemite families as steel types, and everything else is electric in there. So it's not the best place to hunt for certain mons, but obviously if you're looking for a particular mon that's an electric type, you might end up having to go there. Like if you're looking for like Plusle or Minun, or God forbid you're looking for Elekid. Holy heck. I thought Igglybuff was a bad shiny until I saw Elekid. Elekid's is just as bad. Like, like bro, what were they thinking about the Gen 2 baby shinies? They're so bad. There was... I think, thankfully, not all of them are bad, but like... You got things like Tyrogue and Cleffa, which you can easily see the shiny, and then you got things like Elekid and Igglybuff and Smoochum, which barely change, and you're like, woof. So adorable. Yeah, Joltik is very cute. I've always liked Joltik. I always try to get a Joltik when I do black and white. Though, unfortunately, if I do black and white again with the new redeem that's out, which... Because, yes, those redeems are now active. It's going to take a while before they happen, which is fine, because I've got to get through these big games. You know, Stardew Valley's almost finished. But I still have, like, Paper Mario not 64. Paper Mario. And I also have... Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, so, yeah. Wait, redeems? Yes! Now that we've moved over to the mix-em-up point system, there are now 2 redeems currently active. One of them I still have to fix. I have to talk to somebody about that. But they're quite expensive redeems for now, because I'm still trying to decide what the point system's going to be like. But the 2 redeems are, you can redeem which game I do a monograss run in. I plan to do one in every generation at least, but you can choose which game I do in that generation. So I'll give an example. I could do a Gen 1 game, but I can either do it in like the red-blue game, yellow, fire red, leaf green, or Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. And I have to do an entire grass-only run. So the only Pokemons I would have access to are grass types. So it's a bit of an overarching challenge I want to do, where I want to do one for each gen. It will take a while to get points for those. And I also need the time, because we still have, like I said, Thousand Year Door and the Recruit Them All Red Rescue Team, so... But it basically allows you to choose which game that I want to do. or you want me to do. So you'd type in monograss, and then you would type in the game that you want to see me do the run in. I will say that as we're doing those, I will only do one of each gen. So if somebody says, I want you to do it in Platinum, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, and Diamond and Pearl will be locked off, essentially. So that we can at least try and get one of each gen. That's the plan. Kfo, hello there. The point system is new, so everybody's been refreshed on points. And you'll get them hourly by just sticking around in the stream. And if you are following, I believe you do get some extra points. But hello there. Hope you are doing well. Yeah, you're broke now because I reset all the points for the system. Because we're using a new system. Because I just updated that sort of thing. So all the stream avatar points are no longer usable anymore. They're going to be transferred. So everything's into one point system. I will have to consider how expensive I want to make things and stuff like that, as well as like how many things points are. I will be adjusting them over time until I think I've got the right amount. So the redeems are a little expensive for now, but like I'm thinking about how long it will logistically take, and then I can adjust them before too long. But yeah, that's one redeem, is like the monograss challenge. The other redeem is a shiny redeem. So you can ask me to shiny hunt any particular Pokemon. No longer accept explosives? No, unfortunately not. I haven't adjusted that just yet. But I might try and make it a little bit more special to make up for the fact that you'll now have to use points for that particular redeem. But yeah, there's another redeem which is just a shiny redeem. Once we're finished like the shiny hunting months, I won't be really shiny hunting as often. So I will make it that you can put a redeem and say, hey, I want you to shiny hunt specifically this mon. And we will go for that particular mon. That's kind of what that is. So if it's like a starter, or if it's like something that I need a Masuda method, we'd have to do it that way. If it's something that's in Dynamax Adventures, we'll have to go there. Stuff like that. No. I can never win with this game! Get in the ball. I'm gonna add that to the counter. I think this is our 12th one at this point now. Oh well. It was gonna happen. I hoped it didn't happen, but it happened. How have you been? It's been a while. I've been doing well. Work has definitely been causing a bit of streaming schedule issues, but overall we've been doing well. I think just before you dropped by, we managed to catch 2 shinies that we actually needed for our shiny Pokedex. So at least, thankfully, the Combi doesn't hurt as much, that we've actually found some shinies. If it was the first shiny we found, I would be very disappointed. But yeah, work's been work. Thankfully, it's like a weird balance of like things are working again and then new things are not working. Apparently they've been just booked out the entire week with contractors just fixing and working and stuff. And it's been hectic. Like so many people running around that I don't recognize because they're obviously contractors. Heavy machinery everywhere, cranes being being utilized in multiple locations, giant trucks everywhere. And then on Friday, I rocked up to work and there was legitimately no one there. No contractors except for like maybe one guy I didn't see, but they weren't doing anything big. And it was just the office, the actual staff there and myself. And that was 2 people and myself. So it was only 3 people I saw myself and 2 other people. And it was so incredibly quiet and so just like slow paced that it was such a shock because I'd been working like back and forth for the last like several days, and then suddenly it's just like nothing happened on yesterday. So I was like, oh, okay, that's weird, but yeah, all right, I'll take that. I'll take relaxing a little bit over just hecticness. Yeah, it's understandable. I was busy with college. Changed my username. Didn't go on Twitch for a while. Oh my goodness, who would have thought? As soon as you went to college, you had to change your identity. Wow, college really do be changing people. He had a identity crisis, and now he is a new man. Or woman. Or who knows, a new Twitch person, we'll say. You've become a new you. But, good to see you, regardless. But, overall, I'm trying to... When was the last time, you dropped by, KFO? Because, I guess the big things that have happened of recent on stream is we're very close to finishing Stardew Valley. I think we're literally 1 episode off. There'll be no more, Stardew Valley. I'm hoping that we finish, because our final goal is literally just to get the gold clock, and we've hit perfection. Everything else is pretty much done in that game. Came out as trans after college. Ah, I see, I see. So you really did have a whole new mindset. A whole new identity after college. But hopefully things have been smooth over in that regard. I was known as Devonic Devin when I last came here. Goodness, that's been a long time since I've seen that username. It does sound familiar, but like, yeah. That must have been a while. I do very, very vaguely remember it, but like, stupidly vaguely. But it's good that you're back here, and just, even if you're not here for very long, or you just want to just say hi and have to head off, that's totally fine as well. A lot has happened, a lot has changed. We're now using a new point system. We are... all my stream avatars, the modern Tamagotchis, I've just finished the entirety of the batch, which I'm pretty proud of. And over on the Discord, there's now a poll in terms of like what's the next step for stream avatars. So if you are part of the Discord, you can always check there. I do definitely want to start posting more stuff to the Discord once I get a chance. But yeah. We got Paper Mario to do. Was chapter 3, I think, of Thousand Year Door. And hopefully we make some decent progress, considering that game has just been constantly pushed back by the schedule. Turns out I'm not the only one who's been having a bit of bad luck with Paper Mario. Apparently The Alchemist, who also is planning on streaming that game, has had absolutely no luck in finding time to stream that game. It keeps getting pushed around and stuff like that. Which is funny, because both of us are like, I guess, experiencing the same thing of just having weird schedule issues with that game in particular. It's odd. It's like some weird voodoo curse. But don't worry, we will be streaming it tomorrow. I'll make sure of that. Gotta make some progress in that game. We are also running through Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, the Red Rescue Team, because it came out on the Virtual Console. And we're doing a challenge where we're going to recruit every single Pokemon in that game, because it's part of a rescue team coalition that we're doing a collaboration, like a sort of collaboration, with The Alchemist, which I will shout out to them now. I believe they are streaming Mystery Dungeon later today, I think 2 hours after I finish streaming. So if you want to go check them out, you can always go over to their channel, give them a follow, check them out, all that good stuff. They are a good friend of mine, and you know, I do the occasional, like, I drop by their lab every so often to do stuff with them. As you can see, they were last playing Pokemon Unite, which I actually joined in with. So if you check out that video, you'll hear me yelling about stuff during that game. I'll be dead asleep. Ah, that's a shame. But, yeah, go check them out. They do a bunch of different things from, like... I think their focus is retro games, or games that give nostalgia. So they like to play a lot of retro games, as well as a whole bunch of little other games. I do D&D with them on fortnightly Sundays, Australian time. So that's another thing if you're interested in seeing our D&D, and they have recorded all the D&D sessions onto their YouTube. I believe we're at session 7 or 8. So there's plenty of material there to check out. And also on their Discord, we have a journal writing session where people have been writing journals for each of the characters. They're totally not necessary for the story, but it just adds a little bit of, like, character flavor and stuff like that. I think one of the games that they're playing, I believe they've been playing a little bit of Devil May Cry recently, as well as, like, some Sonic. So if those type of games also, like, pique your interest is the word? Yeah. Pique your interest, that's another reason to go check them out. And I believe they're actually debuting a new model for themselves. They managed to get a new model for their VTuber. Well, I guess it's a VTuber. But yeah, basically a new model for themselves. And they're debuting it today, which is pretty exciting. I believe they hinted to this model. They showed me, like, a section of it when it was getting created back in July. So it's been a long project for whoever they commissioned. But it definitely looked pretty cool from just the tiny sneak peek I saw. So I'm very excited myself to go check that out after my stream. And I think me and Crescent have been discussing whether to do some collaborations with each other. So hopefully we'll be able to do some stuff like that soon. I think we've had in the talkings of things like the Four Swords, I believe. Because I think Four Swords got added to I think it's the GBA Virtual Console. Because I think it's a part of A Link to the Past. So we've been, like, considering that. And it'd be nice to collab with them. I collabed with The Alchemist a very long time ago. I believe it was... Ooh. It could have been, like, the beginning of last year, or, like... It was... I know I did join with them for some Kirby Forgotten Land. We didn't finish it, but we got through most of the story. And I've also collabed with them on a Soul Link, where I had them run through Fire Red and Leaf Green, I believe. Their very first Nuzlocke / Soul Link, which was an interesting experience. But yeah, I do definitely wish to do some more collaboration with them and some of the other people from our D&D group. And they seem to have an interest in Four Swords, and I do as well, because I never got to play Four Swords, so it'll actually be my first experience on that particular game. My only, I guess, closest thing I've done to Four Swords is actually Triforce Heroes, because me, my dad, and my sister actually bought Triforce Heroes, and we were able to play it together in collaboration. And it was a little fun game, nothing too serious, but the issue was obviously... my sister didn't play it too often, and my dad's obviously a dad, so he old. Not gonna say his age, but, like, you know, the 3DS was not great for his eyes. He even had, like, the XL version, and it still was a little bit of an issue. But I did enjoy Triforce Heroes, but a good reason I think that I enjoyed it so much was definitely the costumes. Because guess what? I like alternate forms, who would have thought? I'm very biased with alternate forms, and costumes as technically alternate forms. I was a sucker for the Water Rod one. I did like the design of that one, it was very nice. I can't remember what its official name was. It was so long ago. Oh my goodness, there's like 2 Vesper Quinn there. Weird. How are we going on time? Yeesh, that's not good. I think that means we're not going to find our Vivillon. Well, we'll go straight to Joltik after this because that was the request. I don't think I need Gavantula. Let me double check if I need Gavantula or if it's just Joltik. No, I do need Gavantula, so technically I need 2 Joltik. So there's a good chance we'll have to use the entire sandwich for the Joltik. At least we won't have to run into any Combi over there. They knew how annoying Combi was and locked it to only this area. But yeah, it's kind of annoying there's this jump pluff outbreak here because I think it's also cutting down the spawns. And it'll take us way too long to KO all the jump pluff down there, so there's nothing we can really do. Hello, Stick. Good to see you. It's been a while. Hope you are doing well. How have you been? Long time no see. Yeah, it's been quite a while. I remember you dropping by for a lot of my Mario and Rabbids playthrough. Way back in the day. I'm still a bit sad I didn't record that and post on the VOD. I only have the Sparks of Hope one. Because there were some pretty funny moments in Kingdom Battle. I've been good. That's good. That's good. It's nice to see you again. A lot has changed since then. I've done a lot of shiny hunting. My computer died that one time, and now I have a new sort of layout. 2 years ago, wasn't it? Yeah. It was a long, long time ago. Even Sparks of Hope feels like that was a long time ago, and I think that was... The last time I played it was, like, last year for when the DLC dropped. But yeah, it's been a very long time since I played those games. I think when I was setting up the mix-em-up settings, I did, like, look up... There was a command to see how old your Twitch channel was, and it was like, oh yeah, your Twitch channel's 3 years old, and I was like, wow, I've actually been streaming for almost 3 years. It's wild. Did see a Sparks of Hope playthrough too. Ah, that's good, that's good. And plus, it's there up on the YouTube channel. Give me a second, because we just have a bot that just showed up. Yeet. Didn't think those bots would show up so soon. I remember being around for your Mario Rabbids and we both were hyped for Sparks of Hope coming out. Yeah, I definitely enjoyed Sparks of Hope, but I did... It's kind of sad to see that it's a lot of the times you see it, it's like on superly low sales, and I was like, huh, did it not do as well than I thought? Because I enjoyed it thoroughly. But it's probably because like the base game doesn't come with the DLC as well. But I don't regret the purchase whatsoever. I thoroughly enjoyed that game. And I think I 100%ed it. I think the only thing I didn't really fully 100% was the rogue tower thing, and that was more like due to, I think just randomized enemy encounters. Yeah, so I didn't do it as well. I found it an amazing game. Yeah, sometimes it'd be like that. Sometimes you just get a game and you thoroughly enjoy it, but the rest of the community's like, nah. But yeah, I do there's a small part of me that hopes that they at least did well enough that they could consider a sequel, but even if they didn't, I think I'm still happy with the two games as a whole. Like, the whole, like, premise of the crossover is still pretty wild. Oh no, really? Oh, that's not good. This sandwich was not great at all. Yeah, it's not a male combi, but it's also not what we're after. I also 100%ed it on stream. Nice. I think we did 100% both Battle Kingdom and the DLC in there, as well as Sparks of Hope. So I definitely 100% of those games. Because I highlighted this mon, it's definitely doesn't have a mark, but that's not great. That's my third Vesper Queen, I think. But yeah, this sandwich is pretty much run out, so that's a bit of a shame that the sandwich was dedicated to 2 bees. I've had the game for a while, since 2022, and I picked it up over the summer this year and finished it. Nice. Oh, I guess you do get points if you catch the star. I don't know how many points. I guess I could... Cryo is trying to go for it, right? You can actually be my guinea pig. Give me a second. Where are you, Cryo? Eh. Can you show me the points and see how many points is that? While I head over to the next thing. Wow, the star gives you a ton of points. Holy heck. Because I think you got another 2 points for staying an hour, so you just got 30 points for catching the star. Okay. Well, now there's an incentive to catch the star, I guess. Oh, there's a sphere. I do definitely want this. So yeah, I guess, do I have a cherish? What's my inventory? I do have a great ball. I do have a cherish ball too, so I might quickly do that before we head over to the next area. Also like how they made every character very useful in different situations compared to Kingdom Battle where Rabbid Yoshi and Yoshi were just kind of there. Yeah, they definitely made it that all the characters are quite usable. I mean, they're no Luigi, we'll say, but you know, they're definitely all very useful. Because you won't be catching me dead not using my boy. Okay. Oh, here we go. Luigi and Rabbit Mario so broken. Yeah, Rabbit Mario was... He was pretty good in Kingdom Battle. And I was like, oh yeah, I'll use it, sort of thing. And then when we got over to Sparks of Hope, I was like, what on earth did they pump in this man? He does so much more. I like the Yoshis. For me, I didn't really like the Yoshis too much due to the fact that Yoshi does the ground pound and that kind of destroys a lot of debris. And I think a big reason that Yoshi is also not great is because you get Yoshi, like, what, in the final world, halfway in the final world, so you don't even get to use him. Whilst you get, like, you get Rabbid Luigi, Rabbid Peach, and Mario right at the beginning, and then you get Luigi also quite early on. And then you get Rabbid Mario and Peach in the next world. And kind of, yeah. They also took away friendly fire with AoE attacks, which is an amazing change. Oh, yeah. I need to go to... I think we need to go to where the Electro Web stuff is. Oh, there's an outbreak of Minior here. That would have been cool. Yeah, and you basically got almost all the characters right at the beginning of the game, unlike in Kingdom Battle. So yeah, look at Tynamo. Tynamo's tiny. And there's Joltik. Oh, for those who like Joltik, their animation for when they come towards you is really great. Come on. There we go. Little boy. But yeah, you unlock them so late at the game. Yeah, jumping bugs. That it's just... And another reason it was rough to use, I think, some of the characters in Kingdom Battle is because you were forced to use Mario in those games. Whilst once you got over to Sparks of Hope, you could use anybody. And I think that was like the best change. Was that you could use anyone and have anybody running around in the overworld. And they also had those mandatory battles where you had to use 2 characters, so that also gave you incentive to use everyone if you wanted to 100% the game. As well as that, was it the Tower of Doom also had like that roguelike... Wow, oh my god, I can't see what I'm doing! The plate is glowing! Ah! My eyes, holy heck! This is making me want to play the games again. Yeah. Any set of Mario Rabbids combos and you don't need Rabbid or Mario characters. And also there was the, oh my... Oh! I can't see anything. Oh my god. Thank goodness we only have like one thing we need to put on this plate. But yeah. Maybe I should go back to Kingdom Battles one day, so I can have it on the VOD. And also, there was the DLC with Rayman too, which was very exciting for me, because I do love Rayman. So I was so happy to see him back in some capacity. Top 3 characters for me were Rabbid, Mario, Luigi, and Peach. Oh, okay. I don't think I really used Peach too much. I think Mario was actually pretty decent in Sparks of Hope, funnily enough. He wasn't that bad. Like, him being able to shoot in mid-air was actually pretty useful. Okay, so before we go too much, because Gavantula also spawns here, I will show off what Gavantula looks like also to refresh my memory on Gavantula. So Gavantula is a deeper blue, it looks like. So yep. Okay, deeper blue on the Gavantula and purple on the Joltik. So I'll put Joltik because Joltik's, you know, smaller and a little harder for me to remember. So we're gonna... And also Joltik's very cute. Peach's Team Barrier was busted for me for combos with Rabbid Mario offensive. The combo felt unstoppable. Gotcha. I think my team was mostly Rabbid Mario, Luigi, and the last slot could be switched for anybody. I think Rabbid Rosa was also pretty good too. So I think Rabbid Rosa was a bit of a switch in for Mario. So it was either Mario, Rabbid Rosa, or maybe Rabbid Peach. But yeah, Rabbid Mario and Luigi were kind of like the pair. The one thing I disliked about Peach was her gun. It's quite weak. Yeah, I think that's the, she had the weird cannon gun, so it had spread fire, but yeah, it was a bit odd. This is going to be a rough hunt. They're so small. And they don't seem to be... Yeah, because I think you could combo Rabbid Rosa's, like, Inui. So you'd have the two bros use their, hero sights. Oh my goodness, there's just Joltik jumping everywhere. And then you could just run into an enemy, they take the damage, and then they get frozen by a Inui. It was pretty powerful, and definitely useful if you needed to, like, get away from the enemies and try and, like, make some more space for yourself. Definitely a useful tactic. Her gun was okay, it wasn't the best gun, but I think that's because they needed to at least somewhat nerf her, because if she was too powerful, if she had a gun that was too powerful, she'd be a pretty broken character. Because yeah, Nui is really, really powerful. Anything that pauses an enemy's attack for just even one turn is stupidly powerful. And I believe her Nui even worked on bosses. Her tackle and Nui didn't, but yeah, that was another thing too, is that you could tackle and also freeze enemies. So you could just freeze an entire battlefield for a turn and use it to heal. What about Edge? Ooh, I didn't really use Edge too much, surprisingly. I don't think I really liked her weapon too much. She had really good coverage in terms of just tackling, but the problem is that you could use the tackling on all characters, so the boomerang sword effect, I didn't really use her too much, unfortunately. Bowser I also didn't really use too much. His Koopas were quite... oh my goodness. They were definitely fun to use. But it was a more very situational thing. There's... none of the enemies don't even get into it, so yeah. I'm surrounded by buggoos. All the buggoos. But yeah, it's been a very long time since I played those games, so I'm not entirely sure what my team setup was. And I guess the best way to find out would be to watch my VODs. But yeah, I don't think I really used Edge too much. I don't think she really suited my playstyle. My playstyle was to just be annoying and stay a distance. Because once you upgrade Luigi's, like, range, boy can hit from, like, the other side of the arena. So, you know... basically, it was like, Luigi, team leader. Build the team around Luigi. Win match. I think that's why it was pretty fun to use some of do the roguelike, because you got to use other characters as well. And also, the DLC with Rayman had only Rabbid Peach and, Rabbid... Mario. One thing I do like also was the voice acting. Rabbid Mario's voice actor is so good. He's such a delight to listen to. Like, I didn't mind Rabbid Mario too much in the original game, but definitely, Rabbid Mario is definitely grown onto me as a guy I do like in the newer game. But yeah, the voice acting is pretty solid in those games. Beepo's talking threw me off a bit. Yeah, because I was so used to, like, talking for Beepo in Kingdom Battles, and then he started talking, like, full-on voice acting, and I was like, oh, I don't actually have to talk for him anymore. He does it all for me. I do wish the Mario characters talked a little bit, because once Bowser and Peach join your team, they go back into silent protagonist role, which kind of sucks. It's not, like, the biggest issue, but, like, it kind of sucked that they stopped talking. Though it is kind of funny that there's, like, one line of dialogue that Luigi says in the very beginning of the game. During the prologue, when it's just you and, like, Rabbid Peach, I think. But yeah, overall, I think it was a very solid game, and I think another big reason that it was really that I enjoyed it was once Kingdom Battles sort of got its approval of, like, you know, oh, we can actually, you know, make the rabbits a bit more unique in their designs. Because if you look at Kingdom Battle, a lot of the rabbits are, we have a rabbit, put costume on him, it's an enemy now, sort of thing. Whilst in Sparks of Hope, there's like, oh, this is a rabbit, but it's like a lot more distinct in design. Or like, we got specters, we got ghosts, we got weird enemy types, we even got like Mario enemies and stuff like that. So there was a lot more variety in the enemies. And also just the rabbits' designs were a lot more like distinct, which is really cool. And I think that's a big reason that I do enjoy it, because they had some really cool designs for some of the rabbits in Sparks of Hope. And I think they were allowed to, you know, start making more unique designs due to the fact of Kingdom Battle doing pretty well. Giant stone lady rabbit, yeah, they had the vine enemy. I mean, Edge themselves is a pretty unique design. And heck, Edge is also just like a new design altogether. Like they're not even referencing anything. I think people have been trying to figure out what Edge is supposed to reference. I think a lot of people, I think, might say Chain Chomp or something like that, or a particular enemy. I know because, but yeah, it's like very unique in their designs. I had a funny thing happen to me, so I played the tutorial in 2022. I don't remember, you couldn't move after you shot, and this was early. Yeah. Yeah, that's right, you can't, once you shoot, you're like locked to the spot. Unless you're Rabbid Mario, because Rabbid Mario gets an ability that allows him to start running around. I've heard people say Bowser. That is true too, but like, the color scheme definitely doesn't look very Bowser-like, because it's a lot of greens and purples. I like to just say it's just it's a Rabbid OC, that's pretty much it. But I do like just the implications that the Mario Kingdom of this, like, this universe is, you know, they've gotten used to the fact that Rabbids just live in their place. And I will always be of the headcanon that just Mario and Luigi just have, like, Rabbid Luigi as their adoptive little brother. So Mario just be like, don't talk to me or my little brother or my little brother ever again. And then I guess if you count was a Gooigi from Luigi's Mansion 3, geez Mario, why do you get 3 little brothers? Man, be collecting little brothers. You're gonna be part of my found family and you're gonna like it. Isn't Mario the little brother? I'm pretty sure it's confirmed that Luigi's the younger brother. Luigi's just tall. They're, I know some people like to say they're twins, but I'm pretty sure Luigi is the younger brother. How are we going on sandwich time? Doing well. The only meth thing about Rabbid Mario was his technique, but that's really it, lol. Yeah, Rabbid Mario's technique's, like, not great, but, like, when you're doing so much damage with him, you don't even need to worry about the technique. Like, just run into the enemies, does damage. You can use the Disco Luma to bring every enemy in, similar to that ability that he used to have in Kingdom Battle. Punch, and then just run away. And you could jump infinitely, too, so you could just bring someone closer and have Rabbid Mario punch an enemy, jump on his friend, and then just leave the area, and you were just safe. Because Rabbid Mario obviously is definitely completely close combat. He's unstoppable. Yeah, he definitely was damage output. Like, he's pretty good in Kingdom Battle, but yeah, he was broken in Sparks of Hope. And plus, if you combine him with, like, hero side of Mario and Luigi, that also definitely helped in terms of just, like, the damage output. Wild stuff. But yeah, a part of me really does hope there will be a sequel. I'm not gonna, like, you know, hold my breath on the fact there is a sequel or not, but I really kind of hope there is, because, I mean, the DLC does confirm that Rayman is just casually in this universe as well. He's just been doing his own thing, and at the end of the DLC, it tells you, like, what he plans to do. And it would be nice if they just meet up again. Give Rayman a little bit more relevancy, considering Ubisoft doesn't want to do that. But it was kind of wild. There was just, like, that big spark of him showing up in the DLC, as well as, like, was it the Captain Laserhawk cartoon that also showed up? Like, dang, he got, like, a good chunk of exposure that little part of the months. Give Rayman a new game, I know. My boy's starving. I know he's been getting he got 2 good 2D platformers, but I actually knew about him from, like, what was it? The Rayman 2, The Great Escape. That's kind of where I started to learn about him. Let's hope there's a new game. Sparks of Hope was a masterpiece. I did enjoy it, and they also had some pretty big names for the soundtrack too, which was wild. Gotta try the Mario and Luigi combo sometimes. You get 5 hero sites, possibly more if you get kills with Mario. Yeah, and not to mention that Mario also has those dualies. Like, Mario's dualies are pretty useful. Like, they're a very useful, like, tool. Considering, like, he had just the regular blaster in the old game. And he also has his stomp ability, which also does extra damage too. Like, he definitely, if there's a guy who got an upgrade, it's definitely him. Itty bitty bugs. Speaking of Mario and Luigi, anyone excited for Brotherhood? Yes, absolutely. If you watched my Nintendo Direct reaction, I was so excited for that game. I can't believe it's real. That's the big thing that shocked me, was that it's a real game. Like, what the heck? Glad they brought the hero sights for Mario Bros, not Peach. Peach having hero sight was really off. Yeah, Yoshi also had hero sight too in Kingdom Battle. It was weird. I think it was just like they just didn't know what to give with techniques, so they just gave all the Mario characters the same one. Bowser's Mecha Koopa is also a good ability. I used it quite often for distracting enemies. Oh yeah, it's similar to like the what was it called? That move that Rabbid, Peach, and Luigi had in Kingdom Battle. I'm forgetting it. What the word is. I know what it is. I just don't remember what it was called. But yeah. Looks so good. Yeah, I was just shocked because of just the fact that, you know, what's the Team Alpha, like, Alpha Dream disappeared. Like, they went bankrupt after Paper Jam. Century, that's it. Thank you. The Century. It's sort of like that, just smaller and multiple of them. But the problem was that I learnt the hard way of, like, leveling it up to the fire ones. Because then it got really chaotic when, like, an enemy accidentally destroyed one of those fire ones near you. And just all hell broke loose as everyone's, like, on fire and screaming. And you're just like, maybe I really shouldn't have upgraded them to the fire version. That may have been a mistake. Thankfully, the rogue tower thing made it that you started back at base. Bowser's Inside Stories remake was their last Mario and Luigi game. Yeah, and that was a remake too, so it doesn't really count. The last game they really made was like Paper Jam, and a lot of people say it's probably the weakest of the series due to the fact it's not Paper Mario and Mario and Luigi. It's more Mario and Luigi featuring Sticker Star, and we all know how we feel about Sticker Star. Burn is still the worst ability in Sparks of Hope after being worse in Kingdom Battle. Never used Burn, yeah. Yeah, until your enemies used Burn, and then suddenly you're like, oh god, everything is falling apart. I like Paper Jam. I did enjoy Paper Jam too, but I would say it was the weaker of the series. But this is me saying, especially since I started at Dream Team, I hadn't played the previous games. It's a big reason I kind of want to stream those games at some point before Brotherhood, but thankfully with a lot of the Mario and Luigi games, there's not much continuity except for like maybe there's like a little bit of continuity, but you won't like really get too affected by the continuity of one or the other game. Partners in Time, yeah, so I know the original Superstar Saga is available on the Switch, so I haven't decided whether I want to play the original or play the remake, because I actually do have the remake and I've never played it. So I've been like thinking about it. Never really used sparks and special effects that often anyways. Splash, Gust, Shock, Ooze are definitely good abilities. Yeah, Ooze is... I didn't really think too much on Ooze. It's just a chip damage thing that can be a little annoying, but it wasn't anything too... Oh my goodness. Bunch of little guys. Interesting stream. Elements is like, hey, have you seen these stream element Tamagotchis? That's cool. Anyways. At least I now know that Star is like really expensive. Maybe I have to like figure out if that's a bit too expensive. 30 points seems like a bit too much. I might reduce it to 20. But yeah, I've been debating whether I want to play the remake or the original on stream of the Superstar Saga. Because the original is obviously original and it'll at least be on big screen because it'll be on my Switch. Whilst I'll have to connect my 3DS for the other one. So it's a tough decision. But I do want to try some of the older games. I think with the modded 3DS I should be able to play the other games as well. But yeah. There's Superstar Saga with its remake. There's Partners in Time. There's Bowser's Inside Story with the remake. Then there's Dream Team, and then there's Paper Jam. And then Brothership. I have a little bias with Ooze because I used the Toxic Quake Spark with Mario often and it made my battles a lot easier. Frostbite was also a great ability. It was basically honey. Yeah, Frostbite was annoying, I think. I remember in Sparks of Hope when your enemies used it. But it was definitely a good ability, like I'm not knocking it. The deep freeze enemies. Oh my goodness, those enemies that exploded, like the tiger enemies, those were really annoying to deal with. You were like sort of forced to defeat them from a distance because of that. They were rough enemies to deal with for sure. Especially in some of the later games, like the later worlds, they were like each form of them was just annoying in its own way. I don't know how they managed to do it, but every single one of them was so annoying and they hit you hard. They were they were supposed to be like the replacement for those thumper enemies, or the slammer enemies in the first game, but yeah, the tigers were just like a huge upgrade from those games. And I remember there was a particularly difficult challenge where you only had 2 people for it, and there was like a lot of those tiger enemies. I think I remember having to just run back and forth and just chip them because it was just too dangerous to confront them head on. But yeah, there's a lot of games that I'm looking forward to coming out soon. We have the Echoes of Wisdom coming out this month. I think it comes out either next week or the week after. Dragon Quest III I'm also looking forward to. Brothership I'm looking forward to. But yeah, I mean, I still haven't finished Paper Mario. I'm gonna be so behind. Maybe I have to do that same thing my friend is doing, who, The Alchemist is doing mini streams. I might have to start considering doing those. Problem is that I feel like if I did a mini stream, I would just get too absorbed into it. I'm not gonna lie. I'll probably like, yeah, I'll do it for an hour or two and then proceed to like play for like several hours. I just feel like that is definitely something I would end up doing by accident. Because I have no self-control. Tiger enemies 2-4 were worst enemies to deal with. The Riptides in 5 were kind of tame with the Magnafowls. Those are the fire ones. Yeah, it was either the Magnafowls or something else could use Magnet that was really, really dangerous. I remember the Magnet ones being really dangerous. I'd be like, oh, I think I'm far away enough, and then they're like, nope, Magnet. And the problem is that some of the characters did not have great range in terms of movement. I can't remember. I think you could run into them at least or tackle them. So Anui was definitely useful against those enemies. So I remember using, well, just even if you couldn't tackle them, just using regular Anui was definitely useful. Because I think Anui lasted for 2 turns if you didn't hit them, so that definitely would gives you the opportunity to put space between you and them. As well as gives you, like, time to take out the enemies. Peach's Team Barrier helps so much for tanking hits those tigers would get on my team. Nice. It definitely also is a strategy. I think my strategy is just don't get hit in the first place. Can't get damaged if you don't get hit. Just hit him with Luigi. But that was the kind of thing I had to worry about too, because if Hero Sight procced with Luigi, they would just keep coming closer and closer, so you kind of had to pray that Luigi just took him out eventually before it kept going. That's why I used Peach on my entire game, lol. Nice. Everyone has different strategies, though. Oh, this is not looking good. We haven't found a single little buggo. The lighting in this cave is also horrendous. Like, I can barely tell. Whoops. I accidentally hit a Dynamo. I can barely tell, like, if something's shiny or if it's just because the lighting is, like, super bright, you know what I mean? Like, I look at this guy and I'm just like, is it a shiny? Nope. I have to, like, look him deep in the eyes and be like, are you a shiny? Might have to reset the sandwich, unfortunately. But it is what it is. I guess since we are getting close to finishing the sandwich, if any of you guys want to give me any suggestions of what we should hunt next, just let me know. This little area seems a lot better for the lighting. It's also away from those crystals. Combined team barrier. Who's a... Gotcha, gotcha. I'm trying to remember which one I used. I know there was several summoning ones. I think I often summoned the tiger one just because a lot of the enemies would often like target those enemies. And the tiger and the sniper were pretty good. Sniper was great for chip damage in general, whilst the tiger was good at like soaking up a couple of hits so that you didn't have to worry about so much health. And they were decently tanky, that's what I vaguely remember, but it's been a while since I've played that game, so I'm not entirely sure that I remember everything that I used to do in that game. I feel like there's a slightly better area to hunt for these guys because these two crystals keep summoning the Dynamo line, which I really don't need. I want to see Little Buggo and Buggo only. They're very cute though, so they get that excuse. Peach made defense, but didn't really use her gun for offensive. And then comboed Rabbid Mario, either Edge or Luigi. Both teams will just work so well for me. Yeah. It's something I've considered, like, you could do a randomizer with that sort of game. I wish I could do the randomizer setting for, like, Kingdom Battle. But the problem is that you're kind of stuck with Mario in Kingdom Battle, so there's not really much you can do about that. I do remember I accidentally soft-locked, Kingdom Battle. That was fun. I think I soft-locked it from the DLC when I accidentally set an enemy on fire and he accidentally got pushed out of the grid coordinates somehow. And then he just ran around in a circle, like, permanently, so I had to, like, reset the map for that one. I think I saved the clip for that, or something else. I just accidentally crashed the game and I was like, whoops. Yeah, I do wonder if they made a third game, would they probably would stick with the same style of the free movement rather than the grid movement. But yeah. Oh, so it got soft locked on the final boss of Sparks of Hope, lol. I can't remember. I don't think I got soft locked on that. I did accidentally do something though. I definitely know that's recorded in the VOD for Sparks of Hope. I think it was in the final world. Goodness, the stream elements is going off, but I guess it's because a lot of dialogue is happening, so it's just re-rolling to see if it makes a remark and it keeps getting the mark. But I think it was in the final world or something like that, and I used Luigi for some reason, and I don't know what happened. I think all the playthrough was before the DLC, so it had no patches and stuff like that. But yeah, Luigi just started floating off into the abyss for some reason. He just was sliding and he just slid off the map. I have no idea what happened with that particular incident. I can't even remember what I did to activate it or anything like that, but I just remember him just sliding off the map. I think it eventually fixed itself, but it was very weird. I was casually using an item and it wouldn't let me press the button to use it, and no other button would work. I couldn't even restart the battle, so I had to restart the software. Thankfully, you started the phase you crashed on. Oh, okay. Kingdom Battle, you would have to start all over again. Yeah. Thankfully, when I soft locked on Kingdom Battle, it was in one of the challenge battles of the DLC. It was definitely on turn 1, so it wasn't a huge loss for me to reset, thankfully. How we going on Sandwich? Yeah, I think the Sandwich is a bust, unfortunately. Imagine crashing on the Ultimate Challenge in KB, oof. Yeah. Thankfully, when it did soft lock, it was right at the beginning, so it was like absolutely no loss. But those are difficult, because I think I did watch a couple of videos on like what a decent solution is, but I did most of them on my own, so I'm proud of those things, but the problem is that none of it's recorded, which I feel kind of bad. I really wished I'd recorded those things, even if I didn't put them on a YouTube channel, just to have them somewhere. But yep, they're gone to the abyss. They don't exist anymore, because Twitch doesn't like to save your stuff unless you're an affiliate. And even, I think you have to be an affiliate in order to save your VODs. But because I played Kingdom Battle back when I was still first streaming, I didn't even have the ability to go to affiliate, and I still don't plan to, due to ads being ads. If only 100% the main story. Haven't been able to buy the DLC, but the DLC looks very fun. Definitely gonna try them both out. I definitely enjoyed both the DLCs. I think they're both pretty solid. So I know DLC, the first DLC, I think it's The Last Spark Hunter, takes place during the story. It's like just before the final battle it takes place. Whilst I don't know, I think the second DLC, which is the one that has Rayman in it, I think that takes place after the story. It doesn't really have a set location, because it's in a whole new location. There's no set, like, and like, you only get, what, Beepo, Rabid Peach, and Rabid Mario are the only ones available, so you can place that anywhere in the timeline. But I think it's definitely after the story, due to the fact they have Rabid Rosa, I think, does show up briefly in the ending. But yeah, the DLCs are both very fun. I did enjoy both of them. And at least with the Rayman DLC, Rayman works in quite a unique way. He has a pretty unique moveset, so it definitely feels a lot fresher. Plus the final boss is great in that particular DLC. The Tower of Doom is a roguelike, so it's okay. It came with the last Spark Hunter, so it's not too big of an issue. It's just like a little roguelike that you can do, I think, 10 different difficulties. Nope, I heard a bundle. I heard something other than... Yeah, I heard a drawbar. Alrighty. That's a little unfortunate, but yeah, nothing on this sandwich. Not interested in the roguelikes, but might play. Yeah, I think it's worth playing at least once or twice. It's like the only DLC that actually has Spawny show up. Because, yeah, Spawny doesn't show up, like, at all in Sparks of Hope. I was kind of hoping he did show up at some point. But yeah, he doesn't show up. Oh, I just realized I have, like, 2 of certain mons. Got 2 Mareep and 2 Noibat. What difficulty did you play on? I did it on the highest possible. I think I did it on normal because on stream I did it in normal. I don't think I tried hard mode on any of the any of my playthrough in Sparks of Hope. Alright. No dice on that. Any luck with the monster today? We got 2 good lucks on the first sandwich, but yeah. One sandwich with nothing but bees, and this sandwich got nothing, unfortunately. So I'm gonna look for a new target. Hmm. Mian Shao might be one I want to do. Hard is actually charging the enemies are healthy. Damage isn't a joke at all. Yeah, I just did normal because I hadn't played the game. I'm 100%. I'm 90% lurking because I'm also D&Ding. Oh, okay, gotcha. Well, so far we've caught 2 mons that we needed and 2 mons we didn't need, but we unfortunately got nothing on this sandwich, so I'm gonna move on to the next sandwich. So I'm gonna go. We're gonna head to Kitakami and go look for Mian Shao, and it will be less of. It'll be easier to see considering Mian Shao's very, very obvious when it's a shiny. So this won't be as much of an eye strain. Ah, there is something really off topic I do want to casually talk about because it's a little interesting. Let me see. Where do I need to look up where I need to go to Mian Shao. So, good luck with the catching. No worries, awkward. And it's totally fine with you lurking here. Also, I guess the stars also give you 30 points if you want to like buy stuff. Because, yeah, all the modern Tamagotchis now have gear, as well as, like, they now have all of them unlocked. Okay, so I'm just gonna look up what's the best, location for, this real quick. It shouldn't take too long, because yeah, because all the point system's been reset, so... That's another reason that would help you. Okay, teal mask, because we gotta go back to Kitakami. Fighting type. Mianfu location. Okay, so they're not up here. I thought they were up here. They're down here, sort of in this little area, so... Anyways, the off-topic thing. Did you guys know that Oreo is doing a limited edition, like, collaboration with Coca-Cola? So there's, like, Coca-Cola flavored Oreos and Oreo flavored Coca-Cola. I'm not joking. That is a thing. Yeah, saw that. My mum was interested enough to test out the Coca-Cola ones. She wasn't too impressed, but yeah. I have a packet of them sitting next to me, the Coca-Cola flavored Oreos. But yeah, they're selling Coke Zero with Oreo flavoring, and they're selling these Oreos that are crossed over with Coca-Cola. And I'm gonna grab one and eat it right now. So, when you smell them, they do have the smell of Coca-Cola. I'm gonna do my best to sort of describe the experience to you, just in case you are curious. That sounds gross. Yeah, they didn't like them, but no one else is gonna eat them, so I'm gonna eat them. Because I don't actually mind them too much. It's a weird thing. Like, I wouldn't go and buy them again. I won't deny. I'm just like, nah. But I'll at least tell you what it looks like. So, it's got a Coca-Cola icon on the biscuit. The cream itself has these, like, red speckles in it. That's kind of where the flavoring is. Cola has a smell, yeah. But, yeah, the cream is where all the Coca-Cola sort of flavoring comes from. And it tastes like, it doesn't taste, like, totally awful. Do you know those gummy cola bottles? That you can buy? That's kind of what the cream tastes like. It tastes like a gummy cola bottle. The problem is that when you combine it with the biscuit overpowers that flavor. So I think you gotta kind of eat the cream first and then the biscuit to really get the flavor of the cola. But yeah. So there's my my review of cola flavored Oreos. They're okay. They won't kill you. I probably won't be trying the Coke though because I don't like Coke Zero. Alright, fighting sandwich. Pickle. But yeah, it's a weird collaboration, but I mean Oreo's had some really weird flavors. I use Impulsive Fortify Reflector Sparks a lot. I haven't had those on my team. I think the sparks I liked were the obviously the magnet one. The one that boosts your attack, that was a very useful spark, especially at the beginning of a match. It was pretty much like Mario's M power. And then a summoning one was always the other one I used. Just to have 4 team members. Alright. Let's hope we have some better luck with this one. So yeah. As you can see, regular Mienshao, red. Shiny Mienshao, blue. Like, we can't physically miss it. I do worry because I can see there's some monkeys. Monkeys spawning, and I kind of hope that, like, the mankeys don't spawn too often. Because I really don't need Mankey. It's just Mienshao I need. Problem is I did hunt for this guy ages ago. I'm not entirely sure where I hunted him. But yeah. Because I don't think I can get any more isolated than here. The Riolu's spawning here too, which is not great. They nerfed Vamp. Yeah, Vamp got definitely nerfed. I think the big reason was because there was a lot more things you could hit in Sparks of Hope. You could really rack up like the amount of people you hit, especially if you had like Rabbid Luigi's weapon. You could smack a bunch of enemies all at once, so if they had the stacking ability of like Vampire, it might have been way too powerful. Just thinking about it, because you had 2 shots from Mario's dualies, plus Hero Sight, and if Mario does kill something, he actually gets Hero Sight back. You had the running into people. You had the Discus, which could hit up to 7 or 8 people if it was fully maxed out. So you could hit like a ton of things. So I think Vamp would have been way too powerful if it was in its like KB form. And yeah, there's also Rabbid Mario's explosive dash, as well as just in general, just the amount of damage he... I think he gets up to 5 hits with his weapon alone once you fully upgrade it. So yeah, it definitely needed nerfing, but... I guess a lot of the special abilities were just placed into the sparks rather than in the weapons, because in the old game, in Kingdom Battle, you have to like actually choose weapons and stuff like that. I think it's I do prefer the new way of them doing it, that it was just like you can put any effect on anyone rather than people were sort of locked to 2 different abilities. And you were just kind of stuck with those 2 abilities and you had to choose between the 2 of them. Like, do you want to have honey or bounce? Like, that was kind of your only 2 choices for some characters, or do you want to have ink or something else? And it wasn't guaranteed to proc either, so I definitely do prefer the new version of that sort of thing. But I do miss... One thing I do miss is that Kingdom Battle had a lot more weapon designs. For Sparks of Hope, it obviously was just the original weapons, and then they just have skins, and you only get like 7 or so skins. And you unlock the skins at the end of the world once you've collected enough coins for that from that world. So if you didn't collect many coins or you just rushed through the story, you just wouldn't see a lot of these weapons. Which makes me sad. I did like some of the more unique designs of some of the weapons in the old game. Like, they had some really unique designs. But yeah, it is what it is. I feel like if they could strike a balance between the two, that would have been really nice, but it's not easy. KB, the designs were quite nice, yeah. And not only that, they had some really unique descriptions as well. Some of the descriptions were... They had a lot of references, a lot of descriptions. And you had some unique weapons if you had certain amiibo as well. They got rid of amiibo support, which gave you unique weapon colors, which I feel kind of bad. I was like, oh man. I kind of wish we got the amiibo support weapons again, where they had those retro looks, but they got rid of them. Which makes me sad, because the retro weapons were pretty cool. They had like the retro sounds and stuff like that. I know there are some people who would have liked those as the skins for Sparks of Hope for sure. They gave us so many coins in Sparks compared to KB. Yeah, KB you could barely buy all the weapons. You were forced to buy what was the best weapon for at the end of each world. That was it. And then meanwhile, you had too many coins. I can't even remember how many coins I had by the end of like Sparks of Hope. I think the one thing I don't like in Kingdom Battle and Sparks of Hope though, and this is always a pet peeve of mine, and it will always be a pet peeve of mine, is that you can't 100% the skill tree no matter what you do. You will just not have enough points to max out the skill tree in any capacity. And that made me really sad. Because it felt like a non-100% completion lock. I was like, come on, just let us max out the skill tree. I mean... I understand it's like, oh, but it adds unique, like, choice making. I'm like, yeah, but like, when you get to the point of the game when you have the ability to unlock everything, you should be able to unlock everything, you know? Didn't like that either, yeah. I remember it being just a pet peeve also, just like, because I do like, obviously, trying to complete games to a certain degree. Like, obviously, if you've seen me play Pokemon, I've now tried to do everything I can to get the 100% Pokedex. Like, get a living dex, and now I'm doing that for Red Rescue Team. But yeah... I remember just being like, oh, so close yet so far, you can't do anything about it. But yeah, I kind of wish they allowed you to do the max on everything, just so that was a thing. Stream avatars really be advertising them. Yeah, stream avatars, I know I made them Tamagotchi sprites, but you don't need to advertise them 4 times in a row. I know I'm very proud of those Tamagotchis, but yeah. Speaking of, did you know that I have new Tamagotchis? Sprite. Because considering that stream avatars are going to say it over and over again. I have new avatars for the stream avatars. They're cool. Check them out. Maybe collect them. They come with new pets, little pets now. That you can have follow your modern Tama, just to make them even cooler. Okay, there's my spiel done. There's your ad for the stream. I don't do actual ads. There's your ad for the stream. Me just advertising. Hey, do you want to do cool little Tamas at the bottom of the screen? There we go. You basically can Max Rabid Mario's skill tree if you completely ignore his technique column. Yeah, pretty much. Thankfully, you can mix and match and take points off. That's something I'm at least happy about, is that you can, if you don't like a technique, you can take it off. And you can, like, put it elsewhere, but I still wish we could have just maxed them out. In KB, you had to reset the entire tree to make the changes, didn't you? I can't remember, unfortunately, because I haven't played that game in several years. But I do know that at least with Sparks of Hope, you could just, like, adjust only one or two. You could just take a point. They had a point system rather than a numeric system. They had, like, little orbs or something like that. That's how it worked. I think that was the case, kind of annoying. Yeah. I unfortunately can't remember. Like I said, it's been a very, very long time since I played the game. Sparks of Hope's tactic was definitely better. Yeah. Come on, Mienfu. I don't know what happened, but it feels like all the shinies just dried up. There's nobody showing up. Oh, I just realized I should have asked Awkward how they're going with their D&D. Because I think Awkward mentioned they were doing D&D. Because I know it was pretty rough with our D&D game the other night. On Thursday, we had to do our D&D session. I think you guys have heard bits and pieces of my D&D story. But we're kind of in a big dungeon. And we spent the entire session on Thursday locked into one battle. That's how rough the battle was. The battle went on for like, what? We started at 7. So it went for like 3 hours, this one battle. Because it was a, we were trapped in a staircase area, I believe. And the staircase led up to a fort that we needed to protect. But we only had like this small platform to really work with. And we were suddenly confronted by like 5 enemies and we were asked to, you know, take them out. And once we did, we were like, yeah, that was too easy. This is suspicious. It shouldn't have been that easy, you know? And our DM then informed us that, yes, the reason it was easy because that was the first wave of enemies. And then the next wave showed up, and it was immediately... what was it? It was like 2 big sort of medium-sized beasts and 1 flying serpent-like creature. And that really wrecked our team quite a bit. Because I took some severe damage from that particular encounter. Due to the fact that it grappled me, ate the serpent. Grappled me and then ate me. So I was pretty much incapacitated for like 2 rounds. And then it decided to fly really high up. So when it died, I took damage from it exploding. And then I nearly took fall damage. If I didn't have Featherfall, I would have definitely taken fall damage. But I was in very rough shape by the end of that wave. And then the final wave was, it was, let me think. I think it was like 4 enemies. It was getting late at night by the time the 3rd wave came out. But it was like 4 enemies, a giant battle turtle that was like the size of it, like huge, huge thing. I think it was like 4 squares across, so that's about like 20 feet in length at least on the battlefield. and it had a commander sitting on top of the turtle, which he was really high up, so we couldn't melee him. And we were told that either taking out the commander or the turtle was probably the most important thing to do. And the commander did summon more enemies. So it was like this frantic sort of battle because the fact that those two was just slowly coming towards this fort. And once they got like right in front of it, they were just wailing on us with multiple hit attacks. And unfortunately, one of our party members actually ended up dying in the skirmish. We weren't able to like keep healing him because every time he went down, the commander had the intelligence to actually shoot him while he was down, making him fail death saving throws. And unfortunately, he just failed his last death saving throw and he just died in the end of the battle. We were able to take out the rest of the enemies, including that commander and such, but yeah, we had a fatality, which, you know, is never great. I think we can revive him, but we kind of stopped. Our DM told us, like, you know, we ended session with us in the room that we got teleported back into with our dead party member just lying there. So it's not a good situation. But he did say that we did very well because that particular room is known for its ability to TPK. So the fact that we only got one death, he even said was like, that was the commendable part, is that you didn't get multiple people dying and there was just one person. But yeah, it was very rough to say the least, and we still have a long ways to go. We still got a lot of the dungeon to clear. But I think we're not going to be doing... We have to take a long rest because everybody's so exhausted and out of slots. Because I know I'm out of slots. I only had 2 slots left by the end of that run. So hopefully we can get that long rest we need. Kind of sucks that these enemies come running after you after they spot you. So you can't really stand still to take a look. How are we going for time? Oh, we're almost at the 3-hour mark, goodness. I might also have to take a bit of a drink because I've been talking non-stop for the last, like, hour. Ooh, nice, I caught the sandy gas. Do you remember an enemy called the Spell Raiser in Hopes, the last common enemy introduced? Spell Raiser. I think I do. It's, like I said, it's been a while. I probably remember it if I knew what its appearance looked like, rather than the naming of it. I know there was a really annoying enemy that would seal all your abilities if it got too close to you. That was rough. Found them the least threatening enemies compared to some of the earlier ones. Yeah, like, I don't remember... They had purple hair. I think I'm thinking of a different enemy that also is similar in ability. Yeah, I unfortunately don't remember off the top of my head. My goodness. Are we really gonna go another sandwich without finding anything? I really hope not. Because that'd be two sandwiches in a row. Thankfully, because we haven't found anything, we could just reset and keep the herba, but that's not a good sign that we haven't found anything yet. The ones that lock weapons and movement attack range. The oozes. Right, yeah. Because there was one that like would lock all your abilities if they got too close to you, and that opened you up to all the other enemies in the rat. That's what I remember. I can hear all the Mianfu spawning, but like feels like there's more Mankey now, which is not good. If we don't find anything, I don't know what I'm gonna do as well, because I still have to go back and do the Vivillon. That's still something I need to go and hunt. I wonder if there's always a Yanma there. I keep seeing that one Yanma spawning there. It must be a permanent mon. Use items for cleansing. They make cleansing super effects into the item. Yeah, I think they did have... They had items in that game, I do remember. I can't remember if it was like one per round or if it was one per person. But it's definitely... was an interesting mechanic to have items, but being able to have a backup healing was always good if you didn't bring in a healer. One per person, gotcha. Oh, for a second I thought that was the shiny. It's just a Riolu. Ugh. The mind's playing tricks on me. Where are all the mons? Where are all the shiny mons? Maybe it's because we're not talking about Pokemon. The Pokemon game's feeling upset that we're not referring to it. So it's just like, yeah, we're not going to give you shinies. You're obviously not interested in what you're doing. Oh, I should ask. Let's see, out of curiosity, because there are a couple of people in here. Might not be enough people to do the ogre ousting. Ugh, I was hoping to do the ogre ousting, but it doesn't look like there's enough people here that might have the game. Because I know Cryo said that they had the game, but their internet's not working, so we can't really do anything about that. I don't think anyone else has dropped by. I know somebody asked last session about whether or not they could do this, the ogre ousting, and they said that their sibling could join, but I don't know if they're back. They might not be here. That Munchlax is forever just trapped in my game, unable to get. Hmm. If items are made powerful because they take up an action thing. Yeah, because it was like 2 action points, I think, instead of... Because in the old game it was like movement, gun, and then ability sort of the thing, or the 3 things you could do. But yeah. And I know Cryo wanted to do some battling, but the problem is with their Switch not working, it's not possible. And I do want to test out my singles team at some point. Not my singles team, my doubles team at some point. See if it's any good. Yeah. You have to remember to use like ability first and then movement and then gun in the first game. Once you keep that sort of pattern in your head, it gets a little bit easier. Hopes to action limit is fair. Combos, yeah. Yeah, the combos, I think that was the thing that was big with Sparks of Hopes, is that, yeah, the combos were a lot more, what's the word, flexible, I guess? You had a lot more flexibility compared to Kingdom Battle, but obviously Kingdom Battle was more restricted and focusing on the XCOM side of things and not straying too far. Because I don't know if XCOM has ever had something outside of grid-based movement, because I've never played an XCOM game besides Kingdom Battle and Sparks of Hope, I guess, so I legit wouldn't know if they've done anything different than that, just out of I don't play those games sort of knowledge. Yeah, I'd never heard of XCOM either until people started talking about how that seems to be the gameplay style. All I know is that a lot of people will have PTSD from XCOM. If it's not 100%, just consider it a miss. And I was like, goodness. Thankfully, it's not as bad in the Mario and Rabbids games, the accuracy, but there are times where that does definitely apply. If it's not 100% shot rate, don't be surprised if it's a miss. It seems like these guys are now spawning a lot more. I wonder if it's because it's now nighttime, so the other fighting types can't spawn here. If that's the case, then I might try and hunt for this guy again. 100% shot rates or a miss? No, if it wasn't a 100% shot rate, then it was a miss. Like, if it was 90, then you had a higher chance of missing. That's apparently XCOM. A lot of people said that with XCOM, if it's 90, consider it a miss. But I think it's just more luck based, and the luck was just not in your favor. But I mean, Kingdom Battle and Sparks of Hope had their fair share of that as well. I'm not going to deny it. Because there were many times where I'm pretty sure I saw a shot that I should have gotten and I missed 3 times in a row. Because it wasn't a 100% shot rate. And I was like, okay. Alright. That sandwich is a bust, unfortunately. I'm gonna eat this piece of apple that I have. I've been slowly eating this over time. Mm-hmm. Alright. At least it's now nighttime here. Time to make another sandwich. Alright. See if we have better luck this time. I managed to catch a love disc too. Yeah, it looks like at nighttime only Mienfu spawns in as the fighting type. Definitely better to catch at night. I guess all the other fighting types go to bed. Yeah. Considering if I do some mini streams, the shiny hunting during a mini stream might be useful. The only problem is the sandwich takes like half an hour, so... I guess if the stream's like 2 hours long, that's like, what, 4 sandwiches? That might be an idea, I guess. I'll have to think about it though. Curious, what's your favorite world in Sparks of Hope? I don't really remember. Probably the studio. That probably was my favorite. Because there's like 4 different like mini worlds all packed into one. That was probably my favorite area. But that's part of the DLC. In terms of the main game, well, the DLC both had pretty cool maps. I did like both the DLC maps. But, probably would say maybe the last world, the Barren world, was probably my favorite in terms of aesthetic, but yeah. Alright, so yeah, they're definitely spawning in a lot more frequently, so hopefully we get a chance of getting this Mienfu, because I legit just need one. If we do find it before the end of this sandwich, then we'll just go over to Iron Hands, I guess, if there's any sandwich time left over. But yeah, we'll see, we'll see. Realize the worlds are based off... It could be like the first 4 worlds are based off seasons and the last world is sort of like based off the absence of season. Maybe like a stagnant sort of thing, but I'm not sure. Or maybe they knew somebody would look for a pattern and they were like, yeah, let's get rid of the pattern last second so we can't let them know it's a pattern. Always gotta love that sort of thing. When people think they found a pattern, they're like, I've connected the dots, and the game's like, yeah, you didn't connect anything. It throws like... It throws a loophole there. Yeah, I should have definitely come here at night for the first part of the hunt. But then again, I didn't find anything here. So maybe it's fine. No Bowser World for a change? Well, I mean, Bowser was on our side, so why would there be a Bowser World? Bowser didn't even have much of a presence in the first game either. He was just there by accident. Because they didn't really have a design for the final boss. Well, funnily enough, they did have a design, but I guess they wanted to stick to like the combining of 2 different things. Because that's kind of the big gimmick of the first game, was the whole combo thing. So they needed to like make the final boss also be a combo. That's kind of what I assume is the thing. And they also didn't want to stray too far away from the Mario aesthetic at all, because obviously they were still testing the waters of what people would accept as a because I know a lot of people were very, very suspicious of the game when it first got announced. Like, when it got teased that it was a thing, a lot of people thought it was a joke, or like, that it would flop instantly. So for like the game to do really well, I can understand why they were very cautious on the first part, because I mean the concept's just completely out, like, crazy. It's a collab between two different companies, 2 different like characters, and 2 like different humor levels. So It was definitely very cautious the first game, but I think they had a little bit more freedom in the second game. But yeah, it is nice that there is a, I guess, continuity between the first and second game. Though I kind of wish we got to see a bit more of the first world, technically. Because you do start in the Mushroom Kingdom. I kind of wish we could have, like, sticked around for just a little longer or seen reminiscent, like, parts of it compared to, like, the first game. But I do understand that it's not the focal point. And the main focus is, obviously, on the exploration in the second game. Just taking a bit of a sippy. Because my tea has definitely gone very cold. I think after this sandwich, I'll go back to Vivillon and see how we go. If I don't catch Vivillon, I'm not sure. Like, it depends on how well the sandwich is, because, yeah, I'm not definitely... It definitely doesn't help the motivation if we don't get anything from these sandwiches. So, if we're at the 3-hour mark, I'm trying to decide, like, would it be okay to jump over to Dynamaxing? Because I could clear a couple of rounds with Dynamax Adventures. But I don't know yet. We'll see, we'll see. Because this sandwich, how much time do I have? 21 minutes. So yeah, this will take us to 3:30, and then the next sandwich will take us to 4 hours. So, like, depending on the sandwich, we'll only have an hour left before the end of stream. But yeah. And then we'll be doing Paper Mario tomorrow. Which I am looking forward to. Because I think the issue with sometimes doing these shiny hunts is that sometimes, like, I'm like, yeah, I'll do shiny hunting, and then when nothing happens, I grow very bored very quickly. I kind of wish that wasn't the case, but it does happen at times when I'm just, like, staring at the same colors for, like, ages and then just nothing is happening. Oh, is that it there? No. Oh, it was the lighting. Oh, I was so confident that that was it, but it was literally the lighting of the tree. Oh, that's so annoying. It's so frustrating. The lighting in this game is ass. That's the best way to describe it. Though I have been hearing, what was it? I guess rumors about things of recent with the gaming industry. Oh, also there was that horrible thing that happened over, was a PS5 Pro or something like that, where everyone was talking of how it was like a legit scam. I don't know what happened. I just heard, like, people going on about, oh, PS5 Pro is a scam or something like that. It was like some absurd pricing that I'm not too sure of. I already have a PS5 now, so I don't need to worry about getting a Pro, but I just remember hearing it did really, really bad. And there was definitely memes about it, because I saw a meme where I was talking about, what's it, Astrobots doing really, really well? Because I think, is it Astrobot's Playground was a free game that you could play, and then they've actually made a actual game for it now on the PS5. I've heard good things about that game. So, like, it's been a wild ride in that particular area of just, like, go from Concord, which died in less than 2 weeks, to Astrobot, which is doing really well, to PS5 Pro Scandal. But I think somebody was talking about how in September there could possibly be a Nintendo-related thing. But, you know, never hold my breath in regards to those type of things. Because we had a direct back in July, was it? Or June? I think it was June, because it was middle of the month sort of thing. So we had a direct then, so I know some people keep theorizing there'll be another direct, but I mean, Nintendo already had that partnership direct. Really appreciate the chats, it was really cool to finally stop by here again. No worries. Hopefully you drop by, if you're heading off, then that's totally fine. Hopefully you drop by for other games as well. At some point, there are plenty of different games that I do play on stream. And that you do have the time to just drop by and say hi. Nah, not leaving yet? No worries. It just made, when you said it like that, it almost sounds like you were about to leave, so... It was understandable that I made that assumption. But yeah, I think everybody is starting to like sweat in the Nintendo section because they think the whole Switch 2 thing, everyone's like, yeah, it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen, and like, we're already at September. We have like 3 months before the end of the year. And they're like, yeah, it's gonna happen, guys, and it's like, well, there's been no mention of it whatsoever. I'm not gonna say it's not real or anything like that, I'm pretty sure it is a thing, but like... Yeah, just no mention of it. Some people think it might be announced soon, but like I said, we've heard the it might be announced soon so many times, I just tune it out. I'm just like, I don't care at this point. I do know, what is it? The only thing I can think of that, I don't even know what you would even, like, I know some people think there's going to be a direct this month, but I don't know what you would even do a direct for. A lot of the games are already, like, coming out that they announced. I don't think there's anything they could really drop. I mean, they could give us more news about, like, Metroid 4 Prime, because, you know, now it's a thing. It legit is a real game. But, like, that's 2025. And then all the other games are, like, sort of, like, coming back. Don't worry, I wouldn't come here just for your Mario and Rabbids content, lol. I tend to lurk occasionally when you're streaming other games, too. Yeah. Unfortunately, as much as I do like those games, I've played them 100% and finished them, so there's not really much reason for me to go back, and Kingdom Battle doesn't have a difficulty setting or anything like that, so I can't do anything about that. This year I've been caught up with a lot of Splatoon 3 and so on. Ah, yes. Apparently, a lot of Splatoon stuff's been happening recently, hasn't it? You guys have the, is it the final... The final Splatfest that's happening soon, or already happening? I don't know, because I haven't really kept up with Splatoon. But I'm pretty sure there's like a final one where it's like 3 voting things, of each idol is doing a... It's happening right now, gotcha. Because it's like past, present, and future, so... Question is, I don't know... Do you think Splatoon? I don't know if Splatoon will go on to another game. I feel like it's too soon. Didn't 3 only just come out? Or maybe I'm just like not misremembering. It feels like 3 only just came out. So I don't know if they would go on to 4 yet. The big salmon run as well. Yeah, I know I was seeing a lot of people do the salmon run. And apparently they just completely knocked it out of the park with the goal. Completely eviscerated the salmon population casually. It's very, very fun. Probably the best thing they did in the game. Yeah. I do know a lot of people do like the salmon run things because it's a rather difficult mode, especially in the later ones, so more experienced players would probably have a lot more fun. And you're working as a team rather than fighting against someone, so sometimes that's also fun too. Yeah, actually, you know, supporting each other, like Monster Hunter style. But I do not have Splatoon 3. I think I didn't even complete Splatoon 2. I think I just sort of fell off it. It didn't hold my interest, unfortunately. So I didn't bother getting 3 because I didn't finish 2, and I was like, well, if I didn't finish 2, there's no point buying 3. And I think a big reason for that was like when I played Splatoon 1, I finished the story mode and I was like, okay, and I took a little bit of a break, and when I came back, everyone was like stupidly high level, and I just couldn't keep up with a lot of the people at that point. So when I got to 2, I didn't even play for like 2 weeks or something like that, and everyone was like, suddenly I was being put into rooms with like people who were level 30, and I was just like, how am I supposed to compete with these people? They're like almost 20 ranks higher than me. Feels like 3 just came out for real. Yeah. It really does feel like 3's only been out very recently. But I don't know. I know the DLC only just came out for 3, but yeah, it feels like 3 hasn't been out for that long, but maybe it's just the passage of time being weird. But yeah, they're already like, usually these Grand Fests are important for the story, aren't they? Because last time it was like, what was it? Order and Chaos was the last one, and previously it was between the 2 idols, and they were very important to the story mode. So this one's a bit of more of an interesting fact of it's like 3 groups. So that could mean that the next game will be in one of the locations, but that's another thing too. This is obviously different because it's not like carry the story through. Yeah, I have watched a playthrough of the story mode, at least for 3. But yeah, that's the thing, is that the 2 Grand Fest things were based on, you know, things that are physical or that can happen like in the now. But this is a different thing because it seems to be based in time periods of past, present, and future. And the fact that there's 3 options means that one option will most likely get chosen for the overall theme of the next game, and the other 2 might be relegated to DLC. But yeah, I don't know. A part of me thinks that they probably shouldn't introduce another idol group. Because, I mean, we already have 3 groups now, and it's getting to a point where it's just like, maybe that there's too many idols. Most of them are female. Like, we haven't even had any male idols yet. That's what we're lacking on. There clearly are boy bands out there. I mean, you got a lot of bands that are making the different music. Like, in World, there's a lot of bands that are making different music. So I feel like it's been a bit too samey for me. I think I liked I did like Off the Hook simply because it was a bit more unique with the fact that Marina is an Octarian. No, not an Octarian, an Octoling. I guess she used to be an Octarian. But that was the thing that I found more unique. And then I do like Big Man because he's the only idol, and he's more unique in their design because, I mean, he's literally a giant stingray compared to everyone else being these bipedal squid kid sort of character. But yeah, I didn't really feel too attached to the 3rd group at all. Like, I was like, okay, there's 3 more idols, cool. Off the Hook is my favorite because they had deep connection with Octo Expansion. Yeah, I know a lot of people did like Octo Expansion. Anything that had to do with the Octolings was a lot more interesting than anything. I always liked the story mode. I never really cared for the PvP. I just wanted to see the deep lore of this game, which the lore of this game is wild if you like look really deep into it. But once we got to like, now we have technically 7 idols at this point. We have the original 2 for Off the Hook, and then we have 3 for Deep Cut, I believe they're called. And if we're going to like go to Splatoon 4, let's just say hypothetically, you either have to A, go back to the formula of 2 idols, or you have to do the crazy thing and add 4 idols. And if you add 4 idols, you'll end up with like 11 characters. And that's, at that point, it's a bit too much, I think. Like, you'll start stretching them a bit too far and thin. Especially since the fact that the other 2 games also had, like, all the... Oh, excuse me. They had all the idols involved in the story mode in some way or another. Or they were involved in some part of the... like, either the DLC or the story mode. So, you'll have to introduce another set of characters, and that would be, like... too much, I feel like. That's why every time I think about the fact that this is the Grand Fest for Splatoon 3, I don't think Splatoon 4 is going to be coming out anytime soon. And they'd have to do something really, really different if they do, because I think Splatoon has run its course in terms of, like, the trilogy. But that might be just me. Maybe people like punching things with guns and ink. Maybe that's fun. But, yeah. I think it will be a long while before they even consider 4. It's just that because it's the Grand Fest is here for 3, usually when there's a Grand Fest, it means that they're sort of done with the game, and there's, like... Splat 3 didn't really cook that well with content, and the FOMO's painful. Well, unfortunately, like I said, I didn't play any of the games, so I have no idea. And I know a lot of people were hyped for the final thing, but yeah. It feels like they probably shouldn't go into the next game anytime soon. Though I will say one thing about that game, the amiibos are really great looking, because they released some special amiibos for Callie, Marie, Marina, and Pearl recently, and they look really good. I don't have any of the Splatoon amiibos, I only have like 2 of them from the first game, but the amiibos for that just got, I think, released a couple of days ago are very high quality. That's probably like the one thing I would say about Splatoon, is that Splatoon, ever since it got into the amiibo game, has made some pretty good amiibos. Sure, they have a lot of recolors, that's probably the negative for them, but a lot of the newer amiibos they have are very good in their design. I think they definitely have been, them and the Smash amiibos that came out recently have been very solid in design. And I think they've just gotten better at their, making them too. 2030. Ooh, I don't know if 2030 I think is a bit too far away, but yeah, at the same time, I do think that they probably don't need a new Splatoon game. They either have to A, make a new Splatoon game a lot later, or B, just do a spin-off, or go take a new path. That would be my only thoughts on that. Oh, my voice cracked. Been talking too much. Because as much as you could say, oh, they should take a long time to do that, you and everyone else who's played Splatoon are kind of the reason that Splatoon exists as well. Because it's a multiplayer game which uses online, you kind of need to keep the audience's like attention, because obviously once the audience gets bored of the game, they'll all just leave and the game immediately drops in value. Because, I mean, think about it. Once Splatoon 3 exists, nobody's playing 1 or 2. So, if you spend a long time not pumping out any Splatoon content, perhaps people will just give up on Splatoon and just move on, and you will lose your audience retention. Nowadays, that's very important to keep the audience's attention, or they will just simply leave. Which is a little sad, considering I guess attention spans are becoming shorter and shorter. But yeah, those type of games are built on their their fan base essentially. That's why I was surprised that they're already doing a Grand Fest. It feels like so soon, but it might have been me just like not playing the game and not being aware of its time span and stuff like that. Because I feel like the DLC, what was it called? Something, the Side Order, that's what it was. I feel like Side Order only just came out recently, but nobody talks about Side Order anymore. Compared to, like, obviously, Octo Expansion. I think Octo Expansion did a lot better than Side Order. But, I mean, both are very different in their playstyle, because I think Side Order is more like a roguelike, so it only captures a niche audience of those who like roguelikes, while Octo Expansion, I feels like, was more like a harder mode of the story mode. But yeah, it sort of sits there. Side Order doesn't really give too much lore either. I mean, it does give some lore, but it's very, very, like, far and in between. It's more like, oh, this is, like, related to after the whole Octo Expansion situation. Whilst Octo Expansion was adding, like, its own huge lore implications. So I think that's the difference as well. Story and Side Order is pretty vague. I think from what I've seen of lore things and stuff for Side Order, it's more because it's based in a virtual reality. It's more just like Marina trying to help some of the people who were affected by Captain Tata, I believe his name was, his actions back in Octo Expansion. So it's more like related to Octo Expansion. So if you didn't play Octo Expansion, you kind of don't know what's going on of Side Order. Which is also a bit of an issue too, because if you didn't play Octo Expansion, which not everybody did, I mean, it was a good DLC, but it was also very difficult. You wouldn't really understand the connection between the two. But yeah, it was basically, you had to read some of the notes that Marina was writing, so basically the whole story of Side Order is that it's just a virtual reality she's making to try and heal some of the people who got affected by the, what's the word? I don't remember the word. It was like the... We'll just call it like that messed up purifications thing that they did in Octo Expansion and leave it at that. I don't remember exactly the word. But yeah, it's basically what's happening after Octo Expansion, rather than adding more lore to Octo Expansion. So that's why there's not much lore to add. It's just, oh, the sanitization, yeah. I believe that's what Marina is trying to do. She's trying to heal the people who got sanitized. That's the whole reason Side Order exists. So, if you didn't play Octo Expansion, know anything about the sanitization and what it does, then Side Order becomes even less important. It's just a, oh, funny roguelike in a virtual reality. And I think the biggest issue also is just, there's no reason for Agent 8 to be there. I think was another thing some people were upset about, was like, yeah, Agent 8's, I guess, friends with them, but like, Agent 8 has no reason to be involved in the story. You could literally take Agent 8 out and nothing changes. You could put in, whatever the new agent was for 3 and it wouldn't have changed anything. Which is kind of sad, because that means it's even less connection. Alrighty, so we've had 2 sandwiches kind of, meh. Which is a bit unfortunate. So I guess we'll go back to Vivillon hunting once my images load up. Found out whether Agent 8 was back here. Yeah, that's pretty much my only thoughts, unless like Agent 8 is really, really connected to... If they're just trying to make Agent 8 connected to Deep Cut, but yeah, it's a bit odd, to say the least. But I guess they didn't want, they needed a reason to have like both the idols there and such. And they needed somebody to be there as the playable character, but yeah, it's, I feel like it would have been better if you just got your playable character from the actual you playing the game. But I guess another reason would be because a regular Inkling would have no correlations with the whole sanitization thing. But yeah, it's still a very odd thing. Alrighty, let's see how we go here. If we don't find the Vivillon, I might just do... I don't know what I'll do. Part of me is like, yeah, I'll just end stream early, but we'll see, we'll see. I think I didn't stream when you started back in mid-2022. Now I've been doing it for over a year already. Crazy. Yeah, passage of time is weird, especially nowadays. Ever since 2021, not 2021, like 2020, I think the passage of time has been so weird. Like, I've been streaming for 3 years. I've gone to uni and did a whole year related thing there. A lot of things have happened. Feel like it's been the case too. Yeah. I don't know if I should be worried about that too, because that time has sort of become so wibbly wobbly that I haven't been able to pay attention to it. Because I mean, there are things I want to do, but at the same time I haven't really had the time to do those things. And I'm almost like gonna be reaching certain age points and I'm like, didn't I have something that I wanted to do? Isn't there a life goal that I had? Am I going to be able to do it before it's too late? Which, it gets a little depressing when you think it like that, so I try not to, but... It definitely gets hard when time, you just look one bit and you're like, oh, wait. Yeah. Feels like 2024 just started. I still remember what I did on New Year's Day. Yeah, because for me, it's been really wild, because I've been to Japan and I've been to the US this year. So I've done like a ton of traveling just this year alone. So it's a weird feeling for me as well. I'm just like, whoa, it's already like end of the year and I've done so much, but I feel like I've also haven't done much. Like I know over on our in our D&D, for both my D&D groups, like for one D&D group we've been going for like over a year, and then another is the Alchemists one where we've been going for 8 sessions, and we've still got a lot to do story-wise, I think, in that particular campaign. Like, it's crazy. It feels like we haven't done much, but we've done we've done some stuff, but at the same time, it feels like we haven't done much as well for our D&D campaign. I do hope that we'll be able to make some more progress for that. Though we did get into a pretty bad battle. Well, it did at least set up some story-related stuff, but my goodness, that was a rough battle. And it could have definitely gone south if more of us had got affected by it. Sadly, haven't traveled this year at all, even over the summer. We didn't do anything this summer, unfortunately. That's totally fine. Not every year has to be like, you gotta go everywhere. For me, there was sort of the exception that I went out and traveled. Welcome back, Cryo. We've not been having much luck with shiny hunting today. After those two, the Combee and the Vesperquin, that was the last shinies we caught. We've had 3 sandwiches with nothing. So, I was even saying that if I didn't find the Vivillon on this sandwich, I might just end stream early. Yeah, 2 Mienfu failed, no Joltik, so we've just been cruising around for an hour and a half finding nothing. Usually go somewhere or do something nice every year. So also I was generally in a depressed state often during the summer, which kind of sucked. Yeah. It's never fun where you're like, brain, I want to go outside and have fun. And your brain's like, nah. I know this year is going to be tough near the end of it because our doggo has gotten very old. That's another passage of time issue that you just can't, there's no way to solve it. Our dog's going to be like, what, 17 in only like 4 months' time. And that's if he makes it to there. So he's a very, very old boy. And he was on a medication, but he's no longer on it because Mum's like, no, there's no point buying these really expensive medications considering he's so old. It'd be kind of cruel. So it's an inevitability that I don't want to think about because, I mean, we've had him for almost 16 years. That's like almost half my life. Well, a bit more than that. A bit less than that. I'm a lot older than that, but at the same time, it's still really... It's a rough thing to think about. Thank God we found the shiny. Oh my goodness. It has been a very, very long time. Holy heck. Yeah, so it is 7 years. 7 human years for 1 dog year. So just 17 times 7 gives you the answer of how old my dog currently is. Well, he's 16, but he's getting close to 17. Oh my goodness. Alright, I'm gonna head over back to the other area and see if I can find a scatterbug. Or I could go back to Joltik. I mean, how much I have so much of this sandwich left. My dog is older than me. Yeah, that's why they don't live as long as us humans, because they're like going at 7 times the speed. That's a long time. When did you get that dog? Surprisingly, 16 years ago. No. I was still in high school when we got our dog. And I haven't even... And that's been a very, very long time. But he is a Shih Tzu, so... Smaller dogs tend to live a lot longer than bigger dogs. That's kind of the thing. But yeah, he's an old pupper. He can't really walk on his own anymore. He sort of does this little hoppy jump with his back legs trying to push himself forward. And I guess it was made more apparent when I was walking home yesterday and I ran into a guy who had a, I think he had a Shih Tzu puppy, and it was so very, very small and so fluffy. And it was very excited to see me and lick my leg, and then it accidentally tripped over my foot because it was so small, and it rolled over and I pet its belly. And it reminded me that, yeah, at some point my dog was only that big. Now he's very old and frail. Yeah, it was our auntie who gave us our dog. She asked if we wanted a dog, and we were like, yeah, and my mom was like, no. And one day she rocked up with a dog in her arms. And I thought it was her dog because she actually owned a Shih Tzu herself. So I went to go say, like, hello to the dog, thinking it was, like, that dog. Her Shih Tzu was called Parker. And I tried to say like, oh, hey, Parker. But by the time I got to half his name, Parker walked past me by my feet. And I was like, wait a second. That's not... He's here, then who's that? Sort of thing. And our auntie informed that this was the new dog. We got him from... I think she got him from a different family that wasn't treating him too well. Or they weren't, like, taking care of him that well. You know, feeding him the wrong diet of food so that his teeth didn't develop well. So, he ended up in our care. And even now, our dog is now older than what her dog was. Her dog passed away a couple of years ago. At, I think, the age of 15 or 16. So he's actually outlived the other dog. In terms of just age. I'm going into college very soon. At the moment, I'm still in the transition, lol. Ah, okay, gotcha. I still have to start, like... I have to start paying the fee for my uni. It's been sitting there for a while. And I have been earning a little bit of extra cash, so I've been thinking of, like, putting manually into the amount in. I'll just have to double, like, look into it and stuff. Alright, well, we found the, also, I said that I would quit if we didn't find the Vivillon, but we kind of found the Vivillon, so, I guess we're continuing on. So, we have about 2 more sandwiches left before the end of stream, as they say. So, if anyone wants to, make any suggestions for what the last 2 mons might, 2 sandwiches might be, let me know. Kinda hope I don't get Tarantula. There's a good chance I could, but this is kind of the only area I know that you can get Scatterbug. I don't think you can get Spupa, or maybe it's a very rare chance, so it's just better to go for Scatterbug. Any preferences? Not at all. I don't have any preferences. Probably nothing that's too hard to see. That's probably my preference, because I am getting tired. Like, a very obvious shiny would be very nice. That would be my only preference. And obviously something that I haven't caught. I like how the music cut out because I got too close to the Pokemon Center. So we got Cryogonal or Ducklet. I do need Cryogonal as much as I despise that Pokemon in general. And I do need Ducklet for sure. So Ducklet would definitely finish that. And they're both Gen 5, I think, so... I'll have to double check and see what the best sandwich would be for Ducklet. Because Ducklet is duals typing. And for Cryogonal, it's just pure ice, so I need to find the best location for that one. Because it's pure ice and the location it's in, we'll have to be a little bit careful because it'll be harder to isolate. But we can make those the last 2 sandwiches. Ice and water or flying, we'll find out. Another thunderstorm, what the heck? I've had 2 so far in this game. Oh, I guess fun fact. If you put a postcard in this game and you catch a Scatterbug or a Spupa, if you evolve it during the window of whatever the Vivillon pattern it is, you get that pattern when you evolve that Scatterbug. It looks like Cryo is dueling Cryo again. Maybe we have to make it a point system soon, so that there's actually a point to the duel. But will the other Cryo duel is the question. They might have just said hello and then dipped. Oh, there we go. Unfortunately, you two are like hiding behind the thing. I don't know why it chooses to fight behind the, there we go. We'll just do that. But I should make the duel a little bit of pointage so there's actually like a cost to it. Maybe something small, nothing too big. Are duels random? Yeah, they're sort of random. Because it's obviously misses and crits. I think it's just percentage based. Alrighty. I'll just move you guys back over here. But yeah, all you have to do is just do, I think it's !duel. And then type in the name of the person you want to duel. And I believe if you type in a number, that's how many points you bet. But I've been thinking maybe just making it like a set point count. It's 50-50 shots. I don't know. I know there's also boss battles that you can do where you can work together to fight a boss. But the problem is I don't know how it would work in this area because it's very small. So I feel like if I were to implement boss battles, I'd have to move it to a different scene. Because I know... Would the points be for the stream avatars? Yes, because it's all... I believe everything goes towards the now mix-em-up system. So, let's say you had 30 points of the stream avatars, and the other one has the points. So, you'd say, I challenge you for 10 points, and the other person has to accept and also have 10 points. So both of you put 10 points into the pool, you duel, and whoever wins gets 20 points. So they take the other person's 10 points. That's how it works. So theoretically, if someone's got a lot of points, you could theoretically battle them to see if you can get points off them. But obviously, you run the risk of losing your points too. Winner takes all. Yeah, pretty much. But obviously, these two just... I haven't got it set to anything for points. I just have it set... You can do it for free. Yeah, so you can see they do not have enough points. They only have 6 points. But yeah, that's how you would type it. You would type !duel at the name and then the points that you want to bet. But you got to make sure that the other person has those points. Hey, we found it! Oh my goodness, finally. I've been hunting this little guy for quite a while. You've been here for 2 minutes? You have not been here for like 2 minutes, Stick. So you've been chatting with me about Mario and Rabbids for like an hour. Don't you dare say that you've been here for 2 minutes. You've been here a lot longer. Oh, we have another duel, so I'll just hide this screen. Oh, looks like Stick's got the advantage with those crits. Oh my goodness, just completely walloped them. So yeah, as you can see, it says that you won 6 points. So now I believe if you look at your points with exclamation mark points, you'll see that you've gotten a lot more points with that. Anyways, we got the scatterbug we needed. We technically don't need scatterbug. We actually need... oh my goodness, it's got a mark too. We actually need its Evo. Because we need Spupa, and that's that line completed, actually, I believe. But let me see how much sandwich time do I have left. We've got 12 minutes, so we might run over to the charge cave again and see if we can get something. So yeah, now you see you've got 12 points because you got the 6 points off Cryo. So yeah, that is now a feature. And it is nice to see the Tamagotchis work as well, because I knew that I have the a lot of people do use the Kirby ones, but I wanted to see if the Tamagotchis attacked it properly, and it looks like they do. But I also have to decide the frequency of the star now as well, because the star seems to do a lot of has a decent chunk of points in them. If you catch the stars, it gives you 30 points. Oh yeah, anyone got a name for a Talonflame? I can't think of a cool one. I mean, our Talonflame's called Crimzo, but that's because he's a shiny. And I can't really copy the name of my Talonflame that I put in my my doubles team for now. Let me think. Cool name for a Talonflame. I mean, there's a fire type. Rocket could work. Or Jet. If you're going for the fast vehicle sort of route. Or you could go for the opposite thing where you're just like, ah yes, this is my favorite bird. It's a duck. Yep, duck the Talonflame. What do you mean it's not a duck? Clearly it looks like a duck. It's a bird, therefore it's a duck. Or you could just give it a human name. My head's telling me call it Burpee, but no one will get the reference. That's fine. Sometimes it's better to be just an inside joke and you could just go heh heh. But yeah, rocket could work, because I was thinking like a spaceship sort of thing. I mean, but it'd be weird to call your bird spaceship, so I think rocket was the closest thing. Or you could do what I did to my my Grimmsnarl and just call it Greg. Just call it a very human name and give no explanation for that. But yeah, it was something I was thinking about at some point, was like the idea of implementing a boss fight into the stream avatars. Because I think it'd be cool. I know my friend does that, where they have boss fights implemented into their stream and they use it as like a break. So if they've been streaming for a long time, or we're taking a break during our D&D stream, we have that sort of thing implemented. And I think it'd be cool to have a boss like created for the stream. I mean, you can always just like grab people's bosses from the Steam workshop. But that's also something I've been thinking about, if I should put my the Tamagotchi avatars I've made up onto the stream workshop. Because basically it would mean that they'll be public. And people can use them. But I mean, you guys are also streaming too. Or maybe you are, maybe you're not. But there are other people who stream, and I was wondering, like, would people like to see them as an option? But I feel like I'd have to also put a little bit more effort if that was the case, if I do go to that route. Also because I'm very nervous about the idea of, like, hundreds or thousands of people seeing my work. I say as I stream on Twitch. But then again, I haven't had many people see my stuff. too quiet for stream. By the way, how's your year been since it's the first stream I've caught this year, lol? I don't know, we were talking about Mario and Rabbids for so long that you forgot to ask the basic questions. I was getting a little worried. I was like, I feel like we've been talking about Mario and Rabbids for so long. I'm like, I hope it's not dominating the Pokemon stream we're doing. What have I been doing this, for streams? Or how's my year been? I think my year's been okay. There have been some ups, there have been some downs. Ups, I've been traveling. Downs, I damaged my auntie's car, my computer died, and I had to get a whole new hard drive because it actually just, the fuse blew off it. That's why, if you look at this stream and some of the older streams, you'll notice that the layout of my stream looks a bit different. I just know so much about both games, lol. It happens. The hyperfixation is real. It happens to the best of us. Yeah, I got injured. That was fun. I permanently injured one of my toes, or mostly permanently. I think one of the doctors said they can't really do anything about it. It's just, it might heal or it might just stay like that. So that's not been great. But I've been traveling a lot. I met up with friends over in the US. I went to my first ever orchestra for the Sonic Symphony, which was really fun. I got to go to Japan, which I always love going to Japan. It's where I spend all my money. And I bought a bunch of stuff. I need to get back into drawing and doing art. I've been thinking about doing that. Maybe I can do that as a mini stream thing. And I also want to use some things for the redeems. You know how I'm down here, right here in the corner? And I'm usually wearing something, and for the Stardew Valley stream, I have a slightly different thing. I was thinking maybe I should make costumes or more outfits for, you know, myself down here. And then make them redeems that you guys can have, like, switch out the outfits I'm wearing. Or maybe we can do some requests of, like, making new outfits and stuff like that. And it'll give me an excuse to do some more art. What else has happened? I'm going to 2 separate concerts. This year alone. New outfits are always fun. Yeah. Can make some weather-based outfits or maybe some even game-based outfits. I kind of want to make an outfit based on the Mystery Dungeon outfit. Considering that we are going to be playing Mystery Dungeon quite a bit due to doing the 100% recruitment challenge. Which is something I guess is a self-imposed challenge. The whole coalition thing for the rescue team thing is play Mystery Dungeon over, and I think it's over in the Alchemist's channel. They're doing a thing where on their Discord you can just get together as a group and like we're all playing Mystery Dungeon, and if any of us like get stuck or anything like that, we can rescue each other. And hopefully once I get a bit free, I'll be able to do some art for that as well. So that's kind of my plan. We're almost finished our Stardew Valley Perfection run. I think next time we stream it will be our last episode. Someday I'd like to go to Japan or anywhere in the East to see what it's like. Japan's definitely fun to go to. If you're big into game and anime and manga culture, going to Akihabara is always a must-have. It's like the central location for all that sort of stuff. But I would suggest you save some money. Because if you get too attached to something, it's like, uh-oh, I have to buy it, and it's really expensive. A lot of gachapon machines around, which can be addicting for some people. I know my sister was addicted to those. My mom's like, stop. Because me, my sister, and my mom went to Japan in February. It feels like forever since I went, but we went in February. And then the US trip was in July. Really busy with the gaming and so on. Yeah, Japan's actually, a lot of the gaming stuff is sort of like localized into one sort of area. The one big thing is that if you're interested in certain gaming things, you can, I think in the Tokyo area, they have like a little district where it just has like stuff for, there's a Nintendo store, there's like cafes of all sorts of video game related stuff. You have, I have a lot of big department stores. The 7-Elevens there are goated as well. Like, you can buy actually good meals over there in 7-Elevens, or good snacks. A good onigiri and a drink can keep you going for a good chunk of the day. And it's relatively cheap too. But yeah, it's always good to plan ahead of time, or you just run out of time to do things. For example, me and my sister booked going to a Final Fantasy based cafe, and also booked for a Square Enix cafe that we went to, both of them. Whoop. That was a long ring. Like, that first ring was very, very loud. Sorry about that. Any ideas where you'd like to travel next? Not really. I'm sort of done with traveling for a little while. Burnt out my traveling sort of expenses. Plus, I'm probably spending money on the 2 concerts. So my sister invited me to a Miku concert, and I invited her to come to a Vocaloid producer's concert over in Sydney, because he's one of my favorite Vocaloid producers, and he is visiting Melbourne and Sydney. So I was like, would you like to come to this? And she's like, no, I don't have the money for it. And I was like, haha, joke's on you, because your birthday was nearby, so I'm going to buy your ticket and you're going to come with me. And it's also, I feel like it's fair considering she invited me to this other concert. So yeah, more money down. More money being spent. But it's worth it. It definitely is. I'm not going to deny that, but my goodness, I think they've been not going on a bit of a concert spree. They've been to a couple of concerts. I think they went to... Was it a K-pop band of some sort recently? And something else. But I can't remember. Yeah, I'm pretty traveled out for a little while. Just, I can't think of really anywhere I'd want to go right now. Right now, I'm just like, I just want to have time to play games. Like, I've been doing a lot of work recently, so the only times I've been able to play video games, kid you not, is during these streams. I haven't had time to actually sit down and play video games just for the fun, which is a little sad. Anyways, on a bit of a lighter note, since we did get this scatterbug, we can now evolve it into Speedpaw. And we finish this line. Oh, I love him so much. It's such a good shiny. Look at him. He's just a little guy. Yeah, same here. I'm back at school now since a week, so video game time is very limited again, lol. Yeah. Understandable. What else have I done this year? Because I feel like I've done a lot. I got the Discord running. I know a lot of people kept asking me to get a Discord up and running, so I have that running. It may not have many people in it, but it's real, which guess I'm happy about. It's fine, I don't know anything about this game or Pokemon in general, lol. That's fine. I know there's been a couple of people who'll show up on my streams and be like, I don't know anything about Pokemon. Alrighty. Such a good shiny, I can't get over it. I love this. I love Spewpa's shiny a lot. Alrighty. I'm there. I just like too much to make it interesting. It's understandable. It's still in its infancy. I feel like I should probably do a little bit more and initiate conversation. I think that's the issue, is that all of us are just sitting there looking at each other and just like, I hope something happens. Like, for me, I've just been posting like, oh, I've been doing stuff for stream avatars, and that's kind of it. But if you're part of the Discord, make sure you vote about the stream avatar thing that's happening. I think there's about a week left. And it is, let me see, 10 days left. I made it like 2 weeks length. And also, it's multiple choice. You can vote for as many different things, because I did take a look and it was tied for 2 of the options at the current moment. So I do not know what will happen if it ties. Alrighty, so we need to go over and do Cryogonal and Ducklet, I believe is what we suggested. Okay. I think flying would probably be the better option for Ducklet, because I'm trying to think, like... But then again, what would interfere with Ducklet? Let's see. So that's Cramorant, which we don't care about. Don't need... Okay, so... So there is a location, but it looks like it has to be during the daytime that you go to this location, because if you go at night, then there's other spawns there. But I think this should work. Yeah, Cryo said Ducklet and Cryogonal were the 2 options. So I think we'll do Ducklet first. Also, it's gone to a point where if I lose the duel, I have to go by Shell for the rest of the stream. Pretty much. Which unfortunately you've... You have been so unlucky with those duels. I'm sorry, man. So I believe it's down here on this cliff here. Yeah, I can see. I'm just worried about everything else spawning. That's a problem. I'm wondering if water would be better up here. So I'm gonna do a little... If you lose, you go by 9. You just get numbers. Right. Let me take a look at the water. The water options. And see if that's a little bit better. Yeah, they're saying it's the same location here, so water might be better. But it's also turning nighttime, is it? Yeah, it's turning nighttime here, which is really unfortunate because Ducklet doesn't spawn if it's nighttime. Has to be daytime. We might have to do Cryogonal instead for now because, yeah, it's becoming dusk over here. And I don't really want to speed up. Don't want to really adjust time unless... Because I feel like if you adjust time, it ruins Paper Mario. So we have to not use any date skipping or time skipping. Alright, I'm going to take a look and see where I can go for Cryogonal. Because that's, I believe, not time exclusive. So we don't have to worry about that. No rubber duck, I know. I want Ducklet too. I like Ducklet. I like Ducklet and Swanna. They have a special place in my heart. I do like them. So... Why did I click that? I clicked flying by accident. I need ice. Alright, Cryogonal. Apparently near a Pokemon Center down here. Looks about right. Yeah, the little luck thing. Yeah, there's a... If you do luck, it actually rolls a random number. If you also do exclamation mark D20, or I believe exclamation mark roll, you will actually roll a dice. Which is also fun, because it comes with a little sound effect. Okay, I think this is the right location. Let me double check. I'm just gonna watch the video real quick. Because I have never hunted up these areas that much, so... Okay, so there is one unfortunate thing about this situation of us hunting Cryogonal, is it is definitely going to be over to... There is multiple different mons in this area. Alright, let me also pull out Cryogonal's sprite. Since we are hunting this. We're going to hunt it till nighttime, essentially. There's a very obvious shiny. Is there a command list? Yeah, if you hit command, it will literally pull up a Google Doc that you can take a look at all the commands. And if you don't, if you go down to the bottom of the, I think the Twitch page with all where all the extensions are, it should also be there too. Alright, I might have to make a bitter and spicy sandwich because I'm running out of ingredients. So green, red, yellow, and then bitter and spicy. Oh, I just noticed your avatar is different from the last time. It looks really cool. You mean me over here? Oh, I guess if you're looking at the this, or are you talking about like the actual stream avatars? Because yeah, if you're looking at like the old like Sparks of Hope video, yeah, I had the very old image back there. It was just a PNG. It didn't even move. So now this one has like, it's just using video mini video tube, which means I'm able to change facial expressions and stuff like that. And it also reacts to me talking in the mic. So it's very cool. And also, people like when things move, so it definitely helps with keeping a little bit of interest than just a still image. I would say this one looks cooler. Yeah. It's definitely much more updated and more simplified as well compared to my old one. My old one was a little bit more, what's the word? A little bit more detailed. Oh my goodness, this looks like it's going to collapse. The sandwich is holding onto a prayer. I don't know if it's a side effect, but the opening and closing of your mouth works really well. Okay, so, well, the thing is that it has there's actually 4 images playing. So I have an open mouth, an open eye image, a closed mouth and an open eye image, a open mouth with a closed eye image, and a closed mouth with a closed eye image. So when I'm not talking, you'll probably see how I'm blinking. It's actually 2 separate images, so there's like 4 images. And I drew them all myself, which is fun. But yeah, as you can see, there's like a lot of different expressions depending on how I am feeling the mood, and I use my Stream Deck to basically go through each and every one of them. Alright, that sandwich was really tough to make. Hopefully we find something. Oh my goodness, the shadows are freaking out. Alright, so... Very nice, very awesome art. Thank you. I've also started to try and do art for the, for my thumbnails as well over on the YouTube channel. You'll probably notice on a lot of the newer ones. Though, if the artwork's good for the actual game, I totally am down for, like, using those little artworks. But yeah, that's a reason I want to do some art for the avatar of me down here, because to put new outfits and stuff like that, just to make it a little bit more interesting and make them as a redeem. Though I'm pretty sure a lot of you would want to use your points for other things, but you never know. And also, as I think one of the cryos said, I'm not sure which cryo it was, there is a list of commands, and in those commands are also, there are 2 redeems that are available. They are costly at the moment, but basically it is the monograss redeem and the, I think the shiny hunt redeem. With the shiny hunt redeem, it can be any game that I hunt for those mons. It doesn't have to be just Scarlet or Violet. So if you are wanting me to find a specific Pokemon that is within my range of getting, like there are some mons that I'm just like, no, I can't stream that on stream. Like if you ask me to look for a mythical, I'll be like, no, that's not possible. Like it has to be within the realms of me being able to stream it. But yeah, that's what those redeems are. Gotta bounce, I've gotta be up in 5 hours. I hope you find what you're looking for, which is Cryogonal and I guess Ducklet. But thank you for sticking around as long as you did. And I hope to, hopefully you'll drop by sometime soon, either in the Paper Mario stream tomorrow, because there will be no streams next week due to me going to a wedding. So it'll just be today and tomorrow. And then hopefully we'll be back into our usual schedule, but I will let you guys know over the Discord when what the schedule is when that happens. Have fun with the wedding? Yeah. So I think at the beginning of stream I mentioned that I'm heading to a wedding that is for one of my DMs. He's been saving up the money to do this wedding, and I was invited, and I guess it is next week. See ya tomorrow. No worries. Take care, okay? Okay. So there is a chance we could run into another ice type. There's a lot of different ice types here. I think the only ones I would really be okay with running into is Bergmite. Because we do need Avalugg still, so it's like Bergmite, Cryogonal, and Sotodle, I think, are the only ones we want to run a shiny into. But yeah, unfortunately with Cryogonal, it's just there's no way to limit where they spawn and what they spawn with, because as you can see, there's all sorts of ice types spawning in. They seem to spawn a lot more frequently up on the mountains, at least. Oh my goodness, it's a Cubfu up here. Shiny Cubfu. Also, I haven't been keeping track of shinies. I think I have to do that after this capture. We actually caught a Cubfu earlier and evolved it into Beartic. The Cubfu that I have actually belongs to someone else that's in my shiny deck, so I guess I could replace it. Alright. Not what we're looking for, but I guess I'll take it. It's pink. Alright. So I start at 22, so that's 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, and this is 29. I probably should be a bit more diligent with my number changing so that I can keep track on stream, because I do like to make highlights out of these, all the shiny captures, so sometimes looking at the counter does help. But if I forget to do that, then it's not really helpful. But yeah, I think I've mentioned on stream a couple of times that I'm not a fan of Cryogonal. Just in terms of design and usefulness. It's always been a, why does this Pokemon exist to me? But I mean, I have to get the shiny, so I can't completely complain. Anything up here? Slide down the mountain. They seem to spawn most frequently here. And thankfully it's a thing. Side... Not yet. Unrelated question, if I may. You might as well ask anything. I mean, I spent... now we're talking about Mario and Rabbids, so I'm totally fine. Unless you're like going to be like, you're going to ask me for commissions like those two scammers that showed up. Thankfully I've changed my settings so that they won't be propping up as often. What are your thoughts on Minecraft? That was a day, yeah. Thankfully a friend of mine was like, oh, you can just put a setting so they have to be verified, or because those two accounts that did try to scam us were only like 2 days old, or even less. One was only 5 hours old. So putting the verification thing will prevent those type of things from happening, hopefully. Now we just have to deal with those things that say, hey, best views for here, or easy views here. So those are the kind of only bots we're currently dealing with. I've noticed I've been getting a lot less of those just bots that just sit in your chat. I wonder if it's because I've blocked a good chunk of them, or if it's just they're becoming less common. What are your thoughts on Minecraft? So, my thoughts on Minecraft. I'm part of the Alchemist's Minecraft server. I haven't been able to play recently. But I mean, I do enjoy it. I do like seeing people's creativity and making all sorts of big builds and stuff. I'm not very, like, making my own builds is a bit of a tough task. I'd rather look up someone else's build and recreate it. And get them the minute I boot up stream a lot of the time. Yeah, I've been trying to do my best to... There is a list you can look up. I type in, like, I think Twitch bot list, so you can look up which of the bots there are. I think you can ban key phrases as well, but those best view bots do a little sneaky thing where they change a single letter and use like maybe a dot or something under their letter, so it can, you know, they can hide the fact that it says a certain word. It's like, you know, when back in the day you'd want to use curse words in like kids video games, so you'd put symbols that sort of look like the letter. That's kind of what they do too, and it helps them bypass the check for those things. Which is very sneaky, but, you know, annoying at the same time. Yeah, like that. But obviously it's a little less obvious, where they'll use it and it'll be, like the singular dot over the B, or a little tick over the E. So they can, you know, easily bypass any, like, word filters and stuff like that. Which is really annoying, because, I mean... I do not care for those sort of things. I like my human noodles as opposed to bot noodles. The only bots we trust are the bots that I have put into this system, which is obviously Stream Elements, Ko-fi bot, and Nightbot. They're the only bots that can be chill here, because I put them there. I said they can stay. But yeah, those are my thoughts on Minecraft. I enjoy the game. I know some people are a bit turned off on certain things. Reason I asked, I've been promoted to a mod for Cobblemon. Ah, yes, Cobblemon. I have been keeping up with Cobblemon, just looking at it. I think we thought about it, but I think the person who's hosting the Minecraft server over on the Alchemist channel says there's not enough people to really consider installing Cobblemon at the moment. Or then, like, you know, the interest isn't as big. But yeah, I have been looking into Cobblemon, and I'm really, like, interested and excited to see how they go. Speaking of cussing, I still haven't cussed before. Never found a reason to. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's just because of where I'm from that cussing doesn't seem to be as big, but, you know, you obviously want to try and limit it, considering these streams. Especially on stream, you want to try and limit swearing, because you never know how old the people who are watching your stream are. Which I've found out multiple times, simply from them trying to join my Discord. Because I will admit that I want to avoid having any of the, any minors in the Discord simply just for their own safety due to, like, you know, Discord being a place where you can message anyone. So, but there's been, I think, a couple of separate, like, incidences where people have joined my Discord, and when I ask them for their age, they either A, put the answer down that they're this old, and then they're too young, or, like, I know it's weird that I've noticed this is a pattern. If they are a minor, they often will try and say that they're going on to a higher age, I've noticed. They'll say, oh, I'm this age, but I'm actually turning this age in a couple of months. And I'm like, that doesn't really change much. I notice it's always like the younger folk that are like trying to up their age a little, just artificially. And I'm like, look, I understand, but yeah, I can't let you be here. I know there's not much happening in this Discord, but you know, I don't feel comfortable with the fact that there are people here that are quite young, but that's the thing, you never know if they are that age until, like, they at least state it, so that's why I try to avoid being a bit too sweary. There are times where I get really annoyed and I will swear because, you know, life's not fair, but yeah, it's incredibly tricky to navigate. That's why I've been trying to do my best with it and be as polite as possible to say, hey, look, I understand you want to join this Discord, but you know, you are a bit too young. Even though there's not much activity here, I don't want to run the risk because I've had someone join our Discord who was there simply to advertise their stuff. I don't even know how they found the Discord, but they started messaging random people in the Discord trying to advertise their stuff. And I only found out about this person because another person came to me and was like, hey, there's somebody who's been trying to message people here. And then I had to put the kibosh on that. But yeah, I don't want that sort of thing where people are messaging behind my back to minors. So, you know, I try to do my part to keep you guys safe. But like, on Twitch, I can't see people's ages, like, at all. So, I do try to avoid, you know, being overly, like, sweary or, like, or just, you know, saying probably some graphic things or anything like that. Try to avoid doing that sort of thing. Because, you know, people always have, like, things they don't want to listen to. Like, for example, a good portion of people probably don't want to hear about the stories of my workplace because they probably have just eaten lunch or dinner and would like not to, what's the word? You know, release said dinner back up. Because I will admit, I don't work in the cleanest place. You get some pretty nasty things over there. And though you can sort of tell, like, sometimes you can tell somebody's if they're young or not by the way they type, but sometimes you just can't tell at all, so it's definitely a tricky thing to, like, navigate around and just do, but you get more used to it. You just have to always keep that in the back of your mind, because I know I was talking to somebody just in general, and we were doing a lot of shiny hunting on the side, not on Twitch, just because, you know. And then they joined my Discord, and that's when I found out they were a minor. And obviously I'm not doing anything weird, because that's effed up, let's be real. But I had no idea they were, like, that young. I thought they were a lot older simply by the way they typed. I thought, oh, maybe they're around my age or something, or, you know, in their 20s. But no, they were a lot younger than I thought, and I was like, oh wow, I had no idea. We were just, like, shiny hunting for Pokemon. But just, like, yeah, no clue about that until it was brought up in the Discord. The internet is a very lawless place, unfortunately, so you just have to do your best to be respectful. Like, God, my goodness, some people could really learn that. If you've seen all those horrific stories that have been happening on YouTube, it feels like every day some creep is being exposed, and you're like, can we just, you know, have a normal year, please? Can we just not have multiple traumatic events happening, like, every month? I remember back in 2020 when it was just like every month was like, it was like, oh yeah, you remember this month? This is when this awful event happened. It was really bad. And I was like, wow, yeah, that's fun. And then it became like a checklist to see how many awful events could happen every month. And we're like, okay, that was just 2020. Let's, you know, let's move on. I think everyone was like, yeah, this year will be the better year. And then it wasn't. And they're like, this year will be the better year. And now people are like, 2024 will be a good year. And it's been a mixed bag, we'll say. And so people are like, yep, 2025. And you're just like, we really shouldn't be in this mindset. It's so awful. The entirety of 2024, yeah, it does feel a little bit like that. Thankfully, if you're not in those spaces, it hasn't been too bad, but it's not been the best. A list of months, lol. Oh, someone's already got a list out of something happening. Yeah. I think another reason the list existed in 2020 was, like, due to the fact that we had nothing else to do, so we were making lists. It's kind of the gambler's thing. You're bound to be a good one this year. Oh my goodness, you're right. It is the gambler's mentality. Just one more summon, one more pull, one more, like, round. Oh goodness. Maybe this year, maybe next year will be better. Maybe next month will be better. It's just like, ugh. I don't know. A part of me is a little worried that 2025 is just going to be just as bad. But, you know, you got to be positive. You can't just be negative about things. But at the same time, it's really hard to be positive when there's, like, every day there's, like, some sort of awful news happening. I think 2024 has been too fast for me to tell how good or bad it's truly been. That's another thing too. If the passage of time is messed up, it's just a blur of good and bad, and you're like, I don't know what's happening anymore. I want off Mr. Bones' wild ride. It's just us. Everybody is just trapped in tycoons, like the Tycoon Simulator, and we're just trapped on the endless roller coaster. That's currently what this year has been. The ride never ends. It pretty much is. We're just trapped on the same roller coaster forever. At least the games have been okay this year. I think we've gotten quite a few good games this year. The problem is that we've also had some really, really bad games this year as well. The day without nonsense happening, meme the count just stays at 0 the entire time. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I feel that as well. Alright, it is nighttime here, I'm just curious. It's still nighttime in Kitakami, but hopefully it'll be daytime soon. Because if it gets to daytime, we can at least go and hunt for ducklet. We just need to wait for it. Because yeah, there's been some really good games coming out this year. Like, we're gonna get a Zelda spin-off that's coming out where you get to play as Zelda, which is wild. I think the last other game we've played as Zelda is literally Hyrule Warriors. And those are kind of like collab spin-offs. Destiny 2 in a way. And then we've had things like Concord, which like died in like less than 2 weeks. I feel so bad. Like, for me, I know everyone laughs about Concord and how it died quickly, but I feel really bad for the actual game developers who worked on Concord, because they spent 8 years working on that thing. Can you imagine that? I haven't even been streaming for 8 years. I've been streaming for 3 years and it feels like a long time. These guys have been working on a game for 8 years, put in like millions of dollars, and it died within 2 weeks. Like, I cannot imagine the absolute, like, horror for those people. Yeah, we have Mario Party Jamboree coming out, and that's looking really promising. And the fact that it has that 20-player thing that's happening, a part of me's actually been thinking, like, maybe I should get it and we should, like, stream the multiplayer aspect of it with other people. Hello, AG. Might grab it too. Yeah, it definitely looks... It looks like they got the Superstars formula, and I think they've definitely polished and refined it. Plus, there's a bunch of new characters as well. But yeah, there's Brothership, which is like a crazy thing. I guess you guys also remember Paper Mario Thousand Year Door and also Super Mario RPG both came out this year as well. Which is like the wildest thing ever. Like, nobody was expecting Super Mario RPG to get a revamp. And then Thousand Year Door also getting a revamp. We got like 3 Mario RPGs. We got Wonder, which is also another big, like, a big step forward in the platforming for Mario. Like, Mario ate well this year. They got so many games. Like, we got a Peach game? Like, when was the last time we had a Peach game? Like, Super Princess Peach on the DS? And we also streamed that one too, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. We're getting Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon. So that's a little bit of Ouija on the side. Like, it's wild. Yeah, we've had 3 separate RPGs this year alone. And, like, 2 of them were remakes, but, like, 2 of them were very highly acclaimed, like, remakes of, like, 2 games that people absolutely loved. And we're getting, like, a game from a series that is very loved by a good chunk of a community that people thought were not going to get another game, so that's just wild. Wild for the Switch's late phase, yeah. Like, there's so much games. I'm excited for Dragon Quest 3 that's coming out. I've wanted to play more Dragon Quest games. That's another thing too. I have like a Dragon Quest game that's sitting in the back burner. It's like, hey, you need to stream this, and I'm like, I know, I don't have time. I really want to stream it because I think people would like me streaming it, because it's a weird game, but I love it because it's builders too. And it's like a mix between Dragon Quest and Minecraft, as we were just talking about earlier. What is Dragon Quest? If you do not know what Dragon Quest is, that is a bit of a wild take. Dragon Quest is one of the biggest franchises over in Japan. If you've seen that little blue slime creature with the big googly eyes that's drawn by Akira Toriyama, that's how big. It's one of the biggest RPGs, and it's kind of the one that like inspired a lot of other RPGs. So not knowing Dragon Quest is a big thing. Don't know what Dragon Quest either is? No! Come on, you two. I know I haven't played Dragon Quest, but like even I knew how infamous Dragon Quest is. Dragon Quest was so infamous that like, not infamous, it's like it was so famous that people actually, we had to change when they released games in Japan. There was like a rumor created that people would take sick days to go pick up Dragon Quest. So they were like, maybe we should release this on the weekend. Yeah, Dragon Quest is the was the very sort of biggest turn-based RPG. There's 11 in the series. In fact, I actually streamed 11, and it's on my YouTube channel. 11 was the one I actually started on, but I got it because of Smash Brothers, because the hero was added as a playable character, and I was like, you know what, I should try and get into Dragon Quest, or find out something about Dragon Quest, considering this character, you know, I've always wanted to get into Dragon Quest, but I got a bit, you know, turned off by the design, and I wasn't too sure. But then Smash Brothers was like, hey, we released a demo on the Switch, and I was like, okay, it's a demo, I'll give it a go. The demo lasted for almost like 4 hours. It was a 4-hour demo, and you could like send your save data over. When I streamed it over on the Switch version, it took us an entire like stream. I think it took us 2 streams to get to the point where the demo ends. If that gives you like a general idea of how big the demo is. Oh, do I not have Ultra Balls? Dang. I guess I'll just have to go for the Great Ball. Yeah, it's a huge demo, and I fell in love with the game. I do play on the Japanese dialogue, or like Japanese dub, I guess. I do prefer that over the English. I think the English sounds a little bit corny. But like, I remember Super Princess Peach and Kirby Star Allies demos were 30 minutes, so that's huge. Yeah. You play through essentially the entirety of the prologue, and I would say what I count as Chapter 1 and Chapter 2. Like, you get 3 party members by the end of the demo to have a full party. And that's wild. Like, so much happens in the demo, considering you have, like, that much. Even if you speed through the demo, it would probably take you, like, 2 hours. And I think I didn't even, like, slow down for that particular playthrough of Dragon Quest XI. I actually just went at a decently fast speed for the first part, and it still took us, like, 5 hours to get through a good chunk of the demo. So, yeah, another reminder, if you want to go check out that playthrough, it's on the YouTube channel, the entirety of Dragon Quest XI. And I wanted to stream Builders 2, because that's another game that I played a demo for, and the demo for that game is about an hour, I think an hour, which is still pretty good. And it's a more unique take on that one. But I definitely enjoyed it. It was kind of weird, because I was like, oh, the art style's a bit weird. But, you know, I'll give it a go. And then I was like, wow, I didn't expect I would like the story and the characters this much. It's wild. I think that's something they definitely do quite well, is that you really do like the characters in 11 as well as Builders 2. It's a really, really nice and niche cast in 2, but it's still in Builders 2, but I still think it's quite a solid cast. Especially for yourself and your partner in that game. And then Dragon Quest III is getting a HD remaster at the end of this year, I believe. I think you can get it for Switch and PlayStation. And it takes the same path of Octopath Traveler in terms of its art style. So it's the 2D sprites in a HD sort of world. And I believe they're planning to also remaster 1 and 2, so... But 1 and 2 are coming out next year, so if you want to play all 3 of the first games, that's kind of like the big thing that's happening. Especially since 1 and 2 are probably getting released together, because 1 is a very short game. Heck, 1 is like... The only story for 1, I'm not joking, is you are a guy. You need to go rescue a princess. off you go. And that's legitimately the story. Like, it wasn't a very complicated story, but obviously the gameplay was what caught people's attention. And it's a short game, but it's still fun. Oh, we got a follow from Albert Creamy. Thank you so much for the follow. Oh, I didn't even realize. I don't know if I have enough time for... We're already at the end of the stream. I don't even know if I have enough time to do Ducklet. I might have to do that for another time. But Albert Creamy did just join, so we might do one more sandwich. Let me just double check and see if it's daytime in Kitakami, because Ducklet only shows up at the daytime. Did you play Mario Wonder? I heard the game was really good. I haven't played it because I'm not too big on the Mario platformers, funnily enough. A lot of the Mario games I play are all the spin-offs, funnily enough. It's stuff like Mario Kart, the Mario and Luigi RPGs, obviously Mario and Rabbids and stuff like that. Hello to all. Hello there. We're doing, we were doing shiny hunting, as you can see from the counter down at the bottom. So, 2, 4, 6, 7. Yep. Just gonna make sure that I got the right count. We were hunting for Cryogonal, but that didn't seem to turn out any results. We ended up catching a Cubchoo instead. So, it is daytime here. So, I think we can go for Ducklet. This Mario spin-offs are nice. But I have heard really good things about Wonder. I think from an outsider's perspective of, like, watching someone play Wonder, I would say the best part about it is just the art direction for Wonder. I don't know if I can make a picnic here. Let's take a look. Yeah, it's too slopey. Because the art direction is really solid. A lot of the animations are a lot more lively. It does take a little bit of time getting used to the new voice actor for Mario and Luigi, because, yeah, they do have a new voice actor now. But, I mean, you can play as, like, so many different characters in that game. You can play as, obviously, the brothers, the two Toads, Peach. You can play as Daisy for the first time. You can play as Nabbit for easy mode. Play some Yoshis. And a lot of the level design very much looks so artistic. It's so pretty. So I would say if you're a big fan of, like, the old Mario platformers, Wonder is definitely recommended. Like, from the transformations to just, you know, playing through the game, it seems to be really solid. And there is something funny about going back to looking at the old new Super Mario Bros. And stuff like that. My goodness, do those games look jank. Like, they look so stiff once you look at, like, Wonder. Like, the sheer amount of movement and animation that's in Wonder just blows the old games out of the water. Like, for example, Mario going in and out of the pipe. In the old games, he just stands still as he gets, you know, just slowly descends. In Wonder, he literally just jumps up and then hops down, or, like, tries to go through a side pipe and his hat falls off and he grabs it and pulls it through. There's a lot of squash and stretch. Ugh. The animation's very pretty in that game. Oh, and the music's pretty good too. You could almost say it's a musical, because there's a couple of musical numbers in that game. Mario Wonder, the musical. So, I would say, as someone who hasn't played any platformers of the Mario games, I think I would still say, yeah, that looks like something I'd recommend. Like, it doesn't look too hard as well. It looks like a game that, you know, just playing through it, it should be easy enough. But, you know, a lot of those Mario platformers are like, easy, and then they just hit you with, like, giga challenging world at the very end. Or as in the Kirby games, oh, baby mode until you get to until you get to post game and DLC, and then they make you wish that you weren't born. It's crazy. It's almost a year old now. Yeah. Because did it release this year or the end of it? Either it released early this year or end of last year. Kirby games get wild in the post-game. Yeah, like Star Allies, people were complaining about how easy Star Allies is. And then you get to post-game and people are like, oh god, what is this? And you're like, what, you didn't know? You didn't know Kirby games are hard? Alright, I need to change, the portrait real quick before we, continue our hunt. Yup. Big duck. But yeah, I do definitely want to stream some more Kirby games on stream at some point. I've done Squeak Squad, but that was like a birthday stream where I did it in one stream. And I've done Forgotten Land, but I didn't record it. That was like one of the first streams I did, so I kind of want to go back to it at some point. And there are plenty of games I haven't streamed for Kirby. I did stream Return to Dreamland Deluxe, and we 100%ed it. So that's done, but there are plenty of good Kirby games that I'd love to stream. Like Star Allies is an interesting game. I think Star Allies is, I wouldn't say it's my favorite game out of the group, but I think it's definitely fun in terms of, oh, this game has a lot of references to other games. Didn't know what to expect to beat the main and post-game 100%, and then I also did Heroes of Another Dimension. Yeah, Heroes of Another Dimension and, well, the post-game thing is definitely difficult. Also, I mean, if you want true difficulty, I know I did it for, I have it recorded actually, I think it's one of the clips that I recorded, is I did the True Arena with no abilities. And barely won that. True Arena always be the true final boss of those games. I need to try Forgotten Land eventually, lol. I would recommend Forgotten Land. It's a good step for Kirby in the 3D realm, I think. Kirby really made a great step in that direction. So, it is a solid Kirby game. And it's got good music, which is always good. And it actually does the best thing about Kirby. It's creepy. People forget that Kirby games can be creepy. There's been so many good Switch games that I haven't been able to pick up because time I haven't had with school and so on. Yeah, you just gotta save those games for a rainy day. Or just have them saved up. But yeah, there's been a lot of solid Switch games. I mean, as much as I have been playing a lot of Scarlet and Violet this year too. The DLC for Scarlet and Violet has been fun. I won't lie about its technical difficulties, there's been plenty of those. But I did enjoy the DLC of these games. And I mean, ZA is on its way, and I hope that they don't talk about it at all. I know everyone's like, oh, they'll bring out ZA news. I'm like, I don't care about ZA news right now. I want them to stop not to talk about it like at all, and just wait for a while and actually bake the bread a little bit more. Because that's kind of the thing, is that Scarlet and Violet definitely feels like it came out of the oven too early. Have you played Captain Toad Treasure Tracker? No, I have not. I don't think it really interests me when I first saw it. I know a lot of people did like it, but I don't know, it didn't grab me. I was like, okay, cool. I guess people like this thing, but when I watched a bit of gameplay of it and I was like, I don't know, it doesn't really look that interesting to me. But that's just me. I'm more of an RPG person, so I tend to play more RPGs. Which is a blessing and a curse when it comes to streaming, because it means that I can't... A lot of those streams take forever. I mean, Stardew Valley is 30 episodes. It's going to be 30 episodes long. And even my, like, I think it's only beaten out by Pokemon, which obviously I've been streaming a lot of specifically, but I finished the game, like, ages ago, only in a couple of episodes. And, like, fully finished the Living Dex, compared to 100%ing Stardew Valley. And then Dragon Quest also took me a very long time too. I think that's almost 20 episodes. But I did do art for Dragon Quest stuff. I probably should post the art in the Discord. That's like the one art I haven't, but I wanted to hold it off until I got to Builders. So... because that was kind of the first time I started drawing art for my thumbnails. Was specifically that game. Because I do love Dragon Quest XI. If anyone likes those Japanese sort of... well, no, I wouldn't say Japanese. I would say more just like turn-based RPGs. And we're like, oh, what's a good turn-based RPG? I would recommend Dragon Quest XI. It's a really solid game. I know some people are a bit divisive of the post-game. But just the entirety of the main game is just so good. I assumed you've played like all the Kirby games hence your username. Yes and no. I started actually at Squeak Squad, which was the DS. The reason I started there was I didn't actually know what Kirby was for the longest time. My only knowledge on Kirby, I'm not joking, was from Smash Bros. 64. And I wanted to start learning how to draw. Or I wanted to do some drawing. So what I did was, oh, I want to do some drawing. Oh, that's funny, it's Swanner. But I didn't know, I wasn't that good at drawing a lot of the Pokemon. I was still a bit rusty with that sort of stuff. So I knew what a Pikachu was, but like I couldn't really draw Pikachu that well. So I was like, oh, I'll try drawing Kirby. Kirby seems pretty easy. It's literally just a circle with arms. And it became the thing that I would doodle a lot because it's very quick to draw a Kirby. Heck, I could draw a Kirby in less than 10 seconds. So I would draw Kirby constantly. And my friend went to Europe in high school at some point. And when they came back, they were like, hey, so I got you this game, and it was Squeak Squad. And they were like, do you want to try out this game? Like, I saw you drawing a lot of Kirby, so I thought you might like it. So they gave me the game, and I ended up finishing the game in 2 days. Because of how much I enjoyed it. And I think since from then, I bought most of the Kirby games that are like the main Kirby games. So the only Kirby games I guess I haven't played are the GBA games. GBA Kirby games, like Return to Dream, was it Nightmare in Dreamland? And Amazing Mirror, I believe I haven't played. I believe they're both on the Virtual Console, so I can play them. I haven't played any of the really first, like, early Kirby games. But a lot of those Kirby games are actually available now on the Virtual Console, now that I think about. So I could possibly play it, and I do want to play Crystal Shards. My friend used to play it in high school. I used to watch them play it. But I didn't have that as an N64 game, because my dad bought my N64 with a bunch of games, but that wasn't one of them. So now that it's on the Switch, I'm actually planning on streaming some of the Kirby games that are available in this game on the system at some point when space and time allows me to. And then I can store them on YouTube. Hey Fia, how are you doing? Can I ask you something? Totally selling art lessons. Just kidding, if you need my art lessons, my art's not great. I think it's okay. Like, all art is good. Except AI art, that doesn't count. I mean, you can draw a good stick figure, you know? And be like, dang, my art's good. Heck, there's a guy out there who's like, did a whole animation based on stick figures. So everybody's art is good except AI art, because that art is stolen, and we do not recommend that sort of thing. We do not like people stealing other people's art. How are you doing today? I think we're doing pretty well. We had a bit of a dip, unfortunately, where we had no shiny Pokemon. But I think we're doing okay for now. Been talking a lot of Mario and Rabbids, reminiscing of those games because I haven't played them in a while. A couple of people have dropped by who have like been people I haven't seen in quite a while, so that's always fun. I do like to see people who've come back. We're using a new point system now, Fox. We're using the mix 'em up point system. So, and all the stream avatars have been finished, the modern ones, and now the modern ones also have what's the word? Have little pets following them around. So I finished adding them. There is a poll happening in the Discord if you're part of the Discord at the moment, you can put a poll to see what will happen next on the stream avatars. And yeah, I think that's kind of what's happening. And then, I would say the other thing that's happening is Paper Mario tomorrow, and then next week there will be no stream because I will be going to a wedding for a friend. But I think that covers everything that needs to be discussed. I can smell something really delicious right now. I don't know where it's coming from. It smells almost like a roast. I am getting a little hungry, so... And I've actually gone over time a little bit, but I wanted to do one more sandwich because somebody followed right near the end. It'd be a bit of a shame to not let them see what my gameplay is. It's been awesome stopping by here again. Been too long. Yeah. It's always nice to drop by on streams you haven't been to for a long time. And plus, I mean, if you are still around, I guess, and you're like, oh no, Fear's finished streaming and I missed out most of it. What will I do? You can always go check out The Alchemist because they're going to be streaming today and they're actually doing some really important things. So they are debuting their new model today. So they had a commission for a new VTuber model and it's currently finished. So they're actually debuting it today, which is super exciting. And they're also continuing on their playthrough of Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Red Rescue Team, which I'm also part of a big collaboration for that. Where we're part of the rescue team coalition, but obviously I'm playing a different... I believe Crescent is going to be trying to do every single dungeon in Mystery Dungeon, whilst I'm trying to recruit every single Pokemon. When do they tend to start streaming again? So they've been doing their mini streams around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. You can always check on their Discord for their schedules, but they'll be streaming in 4 o'clock. So from what time it is for me, give me a sec if I do... give me a sec. I just do this. Yeah, it's 2:43 right now. So in about an hour and 20 minutes, they should start streaming. But yeah, they've been doing a couple of mini streams because they've been quite busy at work. So they'll do little tiny streams after work, which I commend them. I don't know how they're able to do it, where they're able to run like full force home, get everything ready, and then just go into streaming mode. It is impressive. Dang, I'll be fast asleep. No worries. You can always give them a check out anyways. Sometimes they stream earlier times. Sometimes they stream at these times. I can actually check their streaming because I'm part of their Discord, which is also another reason to go check out the Discord. I'm over there. And I've also drawn a bunch of their emotes and stuff like that. That's kind of why I really need to get into drawing emotes for my own stream. I've drawn so many emotes for them because obviously they've commissioned me to draw these little emotes. And then I've been like, yeah, I draw emotes for all your OCs and characters and all the stuff. And then I forget to do anything cool with my stream. But I'm starting to get there. I think I've just been focusing more on this. Drawing emotes is fun too. Yeah, it is always fun. And it gives a little bit more personality to your streams if you have unique, like, emotes and such. Because I know Awkward has a bunch of like custom emotes they get from somewhere that are very cute and very animated. So it's definitely cool. There it is! Yay! The pink ducko. Look at that shiny. It's such a good shiny. A good way to end the stream with a solid shiny. But yeah, I do draw some art over there on their channel and stuff like that from time to time. And also, it's a good place to go and if you need the schedule or the location for the D&D streams. Alrighty, we got the ducklet. And that finishes that line, which is pretty exciting. So we didn't get the cryogonal, but we got the ducklet in the end. How much time do we have? 15 minutes. I'm just going to pause the game and see what I can go for, because we did have a water type sandwich, so I'm not sure what we could go for in 15 minutes. That's like, you know, not clashing with another thing. Because there are a lot of water types and they often clash with each other, which is unfortunate. Sorry if I don't respond on time. Hard to hear you at the moment. Oh, is my mic a bit quiet or something? Or is it because I'm mumbling? Poplio, maybe? Yeah, maybe just go over and do Poplio for a little while. Because I thought I had the volume up to a reasonable amount, but maybe because I'm getting a bit tired, so I'm starting to like, the volume's starting to drop. But that's fine if you don't respond on time as well. Also got things going on in the back too. Okay. We got Froakie here too. I don't think I need Froakie, it's just Poplio. Okay, let me see if I can grab the icon first. Poplio. There we go. And if we don't find it, that's totally fine, because we've only got 15 minutes. So we're looking for a pink necktie, essentially. And I think if we do find Froakie, it's just a lighter coloured Froakie. Yeah. I think most of the schedules are often that they do is... Because, let me see if they do anything at earlier times. Oh, okay, so actually their model debuts actually happening tomorrow, not today. I thought it was today. At 10 AM Australian time, so that would be an hour after... That would be half an hour after I start streaming. Okay. But yeah, they usually stream at 4 PM. Or on, I think Sundays they can start at like 10. So those are kind of the times that they do stream. But you can always just check them out in the Discords of on their channel and stuff like that. They're really cool. And plus they're a high school friend of mine. So whenever I can shout them out, I will always shout them out. You have to do so, yeah. Dana's tomorrow, probably gonna miss it, gotta go to work at that time. Yeah. For me, I'll be streaming, so I'll unfortunately miss it too. You guys will just have to, I'll just have to, like... we just open up their stream halfway while we're streaming. Be like, hey, let's check out their model real quick. But, yeah. I know they're very excited about their new model because they've had someone work on it for quite a while. Because I know it's been in the works since July this year. Because that's when I got to see a sneak peek of it. So. And they even asked for a little bit of advice of something. So I can quietly say that I have 1% input on this model. No, no. It's all the artists who ever made the model. Nothing about me. I was just like, yeah, that could be a bit smaller. That was literally my contribution. Or... But yeah, it's very exciting stuff. But I do like their idea of doing mini streams. I have been thinking that I might do something like that, but the problem is obviously time. Because they do their mini streams after they do work, which I commend them on doing, but I don't think I could possibly do that. Like, I would be too exhausted. But I feel like, you know how I was discussing a bit earlier about Kirby games, if you guys were here. It actually might be a good way to do some of the Kirby games. Because some of the Kirby games are like stupidly simple. Like the original Kirby. Very, very short game. So it might be a good game to just, you know, jump in, get done in an hour or so. And just sort of like do that. Or do art. Because I do need to start actually getting back into art. I promised that I would do at least 10 art streams this year, and I've done one, and I was sick. So it definitely was not... I don't think it was fair to me or the people who were watching that stream, because I was like half dead. I also was doing Nintendogs at the time. But I haven't played that game for a while because I was having mic issues on my 3DS. So a part of me is like, do I want to go back to that? I haven't decided. And I haven't even like posted those VODs onto the YouTube channel either. They've been sitting in the vault for like ages because I haven't made a decision of whether or not I should like push them forward. Because I mean, I've only streamed enough for like one video, and it wouldn't be fair to just have one video and then never complete it. But yeah, it's something I have to think about. Just do spontaneous streams. That would actually be kind of funny. Can you imagine you guys are just chilling and then all of a sudden I just go on stream, don't talk for an hour, don't elaborate why I'm streaming, and then leave. I'm just like, yep, we're gonna be doing some art. Does art. Alright, see you guys later, and then I just leave. Hey, I got the Wooper. Nice. Does art, doesn't elaborate, leaves, profit. Plus, I do want to make some emotes as well. I've been wanting to make some Pokemon emotes for like ages, and I had a Ko-fi set up and stuff, but like nothing happened out of it. I don't do art, but it's really cool to look at. Sometimes that's totally fine too. I mean, sometimes it's great just to draw art for funsies. How much time do we have? Good 8 minutes. And plus, I do want to do some art related to the Mystery Dungeon streams, because we're going to be doing Mystery Dungeon for a while, so I do want to make an outfit for myself, you know? Plus, I mean, it would be nice to draw some, like, what me and my bro look like in the Mystery Dungeon games. And I also have to start making art for thumbnails too. I've got to make sure those thumbnails are done for Stardew Valley, because I think we're almost pretty much done at this point. So I'm hoping I get those thumbnails out and then I can officially say that I'm finished Stardew Valley. That is actually, though, really funny because I do want to make a redeem. It's going to be a decently costly redeem. But the redeem is going to be based in Stardew Valley, where we take the evil path and go the Joja path. That's it. We don't even finish the game. We just have to finish fixing Joja and having all that stuff and complete the Joja story route essentially, and then that's it. Because I despise Joja. Like, throughout the entire game, I have made sure never to do anything that will benefit the Joja mart. But funnily enough, in the Joja route, you can actually there's a guy who like shows up in the new 1.6, and you can buy perfection points from him. So the entirety of the Joja route is just spend as much money to get perfection. And I think that would be a funny redeem of us taking the evil route. Obviously, we won't be myself in that game, how we've been Fia in the regular route. We'll have to make some weird Scrimbo Bimblo. Make a weird little dude for that route. But yeah, I want to make that a redeem because I think it'd be funny. And plus I'd get the achievement. I still haven't got the achievement on Steam because, you know, it's the stupidest route to take if you think about it. You literally moved to Stardew Valley to get away from your job at Joja Mart. Why would you go back to being employed at Joja Mart? It's miserable. And also it's like, it's the less enjoyable route if you think about it, because you're just working for Joja and just making money. You don't really get too involved with the community and stuff like that. But, I mean, if I do that route, I get to use the new farm that they added, which is that, the farmland farm, the one that you get a free chicken coop. So it definitely would be nice to use that one. But yeah, I definitely will be adding more redeems sometime in the future for the stream. You know, now that we've got the new point system up, give you guys a reason to do things. Alright, last 5 minutes. Definitely gone over time for sure. I can feel my stomach telling me to go eat. Are you serious? Okay then. This is the second time I've found a Sawsbuck that's a shiny. That wasn't part of the sandwich. Like, literally go back to when I was hunting like for a Volbaby in one of the highlights. We found a Sawsbuck. We found the spring one. This is the second time. What's up with Sawsbuck and just showing up as a shiny? I don't understand. Wow, you did a 7 to 8 hour stream? That's impressive. Even I'm like, that's a bit too long for me. 5 hours is where my introvert butt can't go any longer. I'm just like, yeah, I'm done. Okay, so I caught a ducklet, and then this is a random Sawsbuck. This is wild. I need this guy. I'm not gonna complain, but like, what? How did I find a shiny Sawsbuck? We're not even doing a shiny grass sandwich. It's a modest nature too. Like, we're still on the water sandwich. That was 100% a full odds encounter. Alright, we got the summer version. Now I need just the autumn version and the winter version. I'm finished Sawsbuck. Introverts unite, yeah. This is kind of my way to like actually talk to people, is just streaming. I don't get to interact with real life people as often, so that's why I'm always like, oh, I'd like to, you know, talk to people on stream, even if they don't like chat. But But yeah, that Sawsbuck, it just caught my eye. I was like, oh, that looks a bit, you know, brighter for some reason. So I almost missed that. I was just looking at it and I was like, huh. And then when I got, obviously, Ida to attack it, I was like, no way. Yeah, because here, look, this is a regular Sawsbuck. You can see the fur's a lot darker than the shiny. See how it's a much lighter brown? So that's why it caught my eye. I was like, what the heck? Can't believe this is the second time this has happened. That's so wild. I think we're gonna have to hunt for Dealing and Sawsbuck next time. You know, in honor of those two. So next time I do a shiny hunting month, you guys let me know that I should do that. Same, I don't have a lot in real life friends, so I chat with people online a lot, helps me. Yeah, sometimes it's hard to go meet up with friends in person, but I mean, no matter how much people say that, oh yeah, we can just talk online, it's always going to be different from meeting people in real life. Like, the whole wedding thing is me getting to see my DM after several months. We were actually supposed to do a D&D session in-house over at his place, because he's just moved to a new location. We were supposed to go do that, but both of them got, I think he got sick or somebody got really sick. I think someone actually caught COVID. So we had to scrap that plan. So this is like the first time I'm going to meet them in, I don't know, like several months. Which they're always excited for, because whenever we do our in-person D&D, I always try to bring baked goods, and they always get excited for that. Bring over some Brazilian cheese bread and dark brown fudgy brownies that I make myself. Or dark chocolate brownies, I should say. The fellow RPG session caterer. Oh, Jonathan! Hello there! You missed out on a little bit of a shiny, but unfortunately you've also missed out on the stream. I'm about to, I'm actually winding down for the day. But, still good to see ya, regardless. Alright, let's put the ducklet and the sawsbuck we just caught into storage. So, ducklet and sawsbuck. I think that's a solid group of shinies that we managed to catch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 new shinies, which is always good. It's kind of hard to meet people you like in real life. I can't find that many. Yeah, sometimes it's a bit hard, where you're just like... I know that for a fact was a high school where I was in a group that had no interest in video games for like the longest time. And then I eventually met up with the Alchemist and their little group, and I would, you know, occasionally visit them and talk to them about video game stuff. And then high school ended. I didn't see anybody really. And then all of a sudden, like, out of nowhere, while I was at Japan, I ran into the Alchemist. I ran into Crescent in Japan. And that rekindled our friendship, and in the end, I joined their Discord. I ended up getting enough courage to go onto Twitch and stuff, so a lot of things happened because of that. No new combies? What are you talking about? We caught a combi. It's right there. And we also caught a Vespiquen too. Cryo, weren't you there when I caught these? It might have been the other cryo. I need to sleep. Yeah. No worries. Let me see if anybody is, I don't know if anybody is streaming. Ah, yes, there is somebody who is streaming. That I might send you guys off to, for if you want to stick around for an hour, or you can obviously go check out the Alchemist. It is Ray J is okay, because he's actually doing shiny hunting. So I'm gonna quickly send you guys off that way, and, Cryo can go and sleep. He is shiny hunting in Pokemon Legends. I believe he's doing alpha shiny hunting. So I will send you guys over to his way. But yeah, we will be streaming tomorrow where we will be continuing on with Paper Mario and the 1,000-Year Door. And then there'll be no stream for next week as I'll be at a wedding, and then we'll see how we go. Thanks for the stream, Fia. Really nice to come back here after a couple of years. No worries. Hopefully I get to see you again. You can always check out the Discord or just check out the VODs that you've missed because you've been away for so long. There's plenty of material on the YouTube channel. So, until next time, which will be tomorrow. Also, that's crazy rekindling with Crescent. Yeah, super crazy. Maybe it was a fate sort of thing because a lot of things happened after I met Crescent. I was able to meet them again. And I'm very glad about that. So, because I met so many people through them and I've met all you guys too from Twitch. So take care, everybody, and I'll see you tomorrow.